With eyes of faith, I see beyond the darkness. With eyes of faith, there's nothing more to see.
Hello there, I'm Lloyd Evans. Welcome to The Bunker. You're watching the fourth in a series of videos in which I'm looking at the material shown to Jehovah's Witnesses at their 2021 Powerful by Faith convention, which, as with last year's convention, is taking place virtually due to the need for social distancing. In this installment, which will skip through 3 hours, 20 minutes of content from the Saturday afternoon of the convention, we can look forward to a reminder that Jehovah needs to be in control of our lives.
He went out, although not knowing where he was going. Who better to be in control of my life than Jehovah?
We'll also learn that it's worth resigning from your job to help Jehovah's Witnesses build stuff.
And Jerusalem's walls were built by people who put their heart into the work. I didn't want to miss out on the opportunity to serve Jehovah in that way. This is my resignation letter.
There's a powerful scene showing the Bible prophet Daniel coming into Babylon. I'm very sorry about this. That was the wrong clip. Tibor, that was the wrong clip. Sorry. This is the clip I meant to show. Again, the prophet Daniel coming into Babylon. And finally, David Splain's going to tell us why it's no big deal when a Jehovah's Witness receives a criminal conviction.
Or suppose that someone is convicted and put in jail. Well, that would apply to our young brothers in Korea, wouldn't it? They were convicted and jailed. And what was their crime? They refused to kill someone. Did they do anything wrong? Or someone is found guilty by men, as Jesus was. It doesn't mean that he's guilty in the sight of God.
Now, as you can see, we have a lot to get through, so without further ado, let's roll the first clip.
Faith in Jehovah has allowed ordinary people to do extraordinary things. This kind of faith is still active today and still has the power to help us through any difficulty. So, let's travel across the globe and see how deep reliance on Jehovah has helped many overcome their unique trials. As we visit each land, we'll enjoy a story of faith shared both from the perspective of close friends as well as the individuals involved. Now to our first destination.
I'm the only Jehovah's Witness in my family. What my mother desired the most for me was to grow up, go to college, and in time, get a high-paying job. My congregation was busy building a kingdom hall, so I would sometimes also go to help. I wanted to see and feel the joy that those brothers were having building kingdom halls. My mom didn't like it when she heard that I was going to help with kingdom hall construction. She felt that I was wasting my time. When I arrived on site, everything I did was for the first time. I didn't have skills, and I had never done this work before. It is not easy. Sometimes I get tired, mentally exhausted, and even physically exhausted. Sometimes it's difficult to even read the Bible. I just want to wash up and go to sleep.
It was important for Nathla to find her spiritual balance because her spirituality was more important than working hard on site.
I realized that I needed to be really determined because my spirituality was not the same as before. I saw that I needed to make a change. I made it a priority to read the Bible first and to think about the things I read. I also made sure that I was regular in going out in the ministry. Prayer helped a lot because prayer is the best way for me to tell Jehovah things that concern me. I have seen for myself how Jehovah God has sustained me.
We've seen that she is much more balanced.
My mom would phone and ask, "Namthla, how is the project going?" And then she would say, "If this makes you happy, then I am also happy." At first, I had my fears, but faith made me confident that Jehovah God would always be there to support me in everything I do.
We're watching the first story in a series of stories that's being shown to Jehovah's Witnesses at the start of the Saturday afternoon session. This is an item titled, How Our Brothers Are Showing Faith in Africa, North America, Asia, Oceania, Europe, and South America. And the very first story we've heard here is the story of Namthla in South Africa. And straight away, we're seeing the manipulation. We're seeing just what the Jehovah's Witness religion requires of young people. Apparently, it's a bad thing that Namthla's mother aspired to her having a good job, aspired to her going through higher education. Apparently, it's a bad thing that her mother initially resisted Namthla's preoccupation with Kingdom Hall building, dismissing it as being a waste of time, which, let's be honest, it absolutely is. Hopefully Namthla will derive much pleasure from having been involved in Kingdom Hall building, especially if those buildings that she helped to build are still being used for Jehovah's Witness worship. She is, after all, quite clearly an indoctrinated Jehovah's Witness. So she's going to want to see those buildings that she devoted so much time and effort in building. She's going to want to see those buildings still being used for that purpose. Imagine, however, if she'd been building Kingdom Halls elsewhere, let's say in a country like Puerto Rico, where lots of Kingdom Halls were built or rebuilt in the wake of Hurricane Maria, which struck Puerto Rico in September 2017. We learned in, I think it was the October 2019 JW Broadcasting episode, that there was this huge effort to fly in witnesses from mainland United States and have them come and rebuild Kingdom Halls, doing the exact same work that Namthla is here describing, only in Puerto Rico. By October 2019, as I mentioned in my rebuttal, a thumbnail will be here if Tibor is gracious. As I mentioned in my rebuttal, only 2 years later, it turned out that of the 106 Kingdom Halls that were repaired and rebuilt at the direction of the organization using volunteer labor that had been flown in with witnesses paying for their air tickets out of their own pockets and devoting so much time and energy to rebuilding these damaged structures, it turned out that only 2 years later, more than 50 of them were for sale on real estate listings in Puerto Rico. So imagine if Namthla had been involved in that sort of Kingdom Hall construction, a cynical property flipping exercise, taking advantage of a natural disaster as an opportunity to make a quick buck, which is exactly what happened in Puerto Rico. I hope for Namthla's sake that whatever Kingdom Halls she helped build remain as Kingdom Halls, because you can imagine how she would feel, or let's be honest, how she will feel when inevitably the Kingdom Halls that she devoted so much time and effort to building are eventually put up for sale with all of the proceeds going not to the local congregation, who are duped into thinking that they have some responsibility for maintaining the Kingdom Hall. No, all of the money goes straight into the coffers of the organisation. So yes, I'm sorry, Nampfler, your mother was right. Building Kingdom Halls for Jehovah's Witnesses is an epic waste of time, because quite apart from the fact that you're building something that's going to be used to indoctrinate people into a religious group whose teachings make no sense, a religious group that is insular and manipulative and misleading and abusive and guilty of false predictions throughout its history, not only do you have that to worry about, you also have the small problem of Watchtower being able to decide on a whim if it wants to sell the Kingdom Hall that you've worked hard on building for free without being paid, sell the Kingdom Hall and pocket all the proceeds without giving any of that money back to the congregation, who again have spent years perhaps being duped into thinking that that Kingdom Hall and its building and maintenance is their responsibility. I'm sorry, Nampfler, if you're watching, but yes, your mother was totally right. And she was absolutely right in saying that it was more important for you to pursue education and success in your career and stability, financial stability in your life, rather than devoting your youth and, it seems, your life to serving an organization that is purely out to exploit you. I, for one, am certainly deriving no pleasure from seeing this story. I'm sure many Jehovah's Witnesses will consider this faith strengthening, as William Mellonfant suggested. But for me, this is just further proof that this organization chews up people, uses people, exploits people, and then spits them out without any regard for all the sacrifices that they have made.
Marta had a prestigious job. She was even being offered many scholarships so that she could pursue higher education and further advance her career.
The brothers and sisters never criticized Marta's work choice. Rather, they showed us the joys of serving Jehovah more fully.
When I was still deciding what to do, some of them asked me about my spiritual goals and what I could see myself doing. Thinking about such questions convinced me to choose SKE.
They were invited to attend the school. They had to leave their jobs, their house, and the comforts of the place and city where they lived. They were assigned to a small congregation. They had to pray even more to ask Jehovah God for guidance and direction. Now they're serving in the traveling work, caring for a circuit.
We are fully convinced that it was not due to any greatness on our part, but because of Jehovah's help.
If we want to be used by Jehovah, and if we want to serve Him, Jehovah can use us in many different ways.
Jehovah can use us in many different ways, or more specifically, Jehovah's organization, the governing body, can use people however it likes, again, chewing them up and spitting them out. And in this case, we have the story of Marta, who we've heard was in a prestigious job, in other words, a good job, and being offered scholarships. And she was basically coerced by Jehovah's Witness colleagues to throw all of that away to pursue SKE. And this is a story that hits a nerve with me personally, because I went through not SKE, but MTS, which was the predecessor of SKE. MTS standing for Ministerial Training School. It transitioned to Bible School for Single Brothers and finally wound up being the School for Kingdom Evangelizers, allowing, to the organization's credit, even sisters to go, whereas when I went, it was purely for men, purely for brothers. but I couldn't help but feel a twinge when they show their diplomas. Maybe Tibor can overlay that particular part. You see here Marta and her husband brandishing their signed diplomas from the organization, having completed the school. These are worthless bits of paper. They are fake certification. I still have mine from ministerial training school. I've laminated it so that it will last forever. Yeah, there it is. The certificate, James Lloyd Evans, my full name, signed by simply representatives from the London Bethel. And all it says is that, well, I'll read it. Hereby be it known that James Lloyd Evans, an ordained minister of the gospel, has shown himself qualified to engage in educational activity, promoting goodwill and working in behalf of permanent peace and the law of perfect order and righteousness among all peoples. He is specifically recommended for service as a representative of the International Bible Students Association and its associate corporation, Watchtower Bible and Tract Society of Britain, to co-labor with them in preaching the good news of Jehovah God's kingdom by Christ Jesus. Matthew 24:14, issued at Dudley, England, June 5th, 2005. Meaningless. Absolutely meaningless piece of paper. It's not like I can have this on my CV or on my resume and future employees will be impressed. Oh, this guy's been through the ministerial training school, or in this case, SKE. Wow. They have so much knowledge and so many skills to bring to the table due to their 2 months of being further indoctrinated into a cult. It's meaningless. And Marta gave up a well-paying, prestigious, good job and offers of scholarships to go through effectively this. And I'm sure she will now feel as though she's hit the jackpot, because she's now, what was it, a circuit overseer's wife. And interestingly, you see her there with her husband in the background. She is, maybe Tibor can overlay again, she is apparently conducting some kind of Bible study, and you can see she has a head covering on. So this is apparently what women can aspire to, is being the wife of someone significant. That's the highest you can get to as a woman in this organization. Not being important in your own right, not having influence in your own right, merely being married to someone who has power and influence, who is able to give guidance and direction. That's her jackpot. That's her winning lottery ticket. That's something that women should apparently be aspiring to in the Jehovah's Witness organization, doing Bible studies over Zoom, wearing head coverings if needed, with their circuit overseer husbands in the background, conducting shepherding visits also over Zoom. Wow, yeah, just living the dream there, Marta, aren't you?
On June 12th, 2018, at 5:30 a.m., armed men burst into our home. They threw my husband to the floor and handcuffed him. Eventually, they sent my husband to a pretrial detention facility for 11 months. On September 19th, 2019, the court convicted my husband and sent him to a prison colony for 3.5 years. In January 2020, a new disaster hit us. At 1 a.m., our house burned to the ground. We stood there near the house, and my son Igor suggested saying a prayer. I don't remember the prayer, but afterwards I felt calmer. Then cars started coming to the house. It was our brothers and sisters. I was frozen. shaking from the cold, and they dressed me like a small child. They brought us hot tea, food, everything of the highest quality. Just 1 month after the fire, when they took my husband to the prison colony, officers there beat him up. When I found out about it, it was so hard for me because I didn't know how to help my husband or how he was feeling. I prayed to Jehovah, sometimes all night. It felt as though Jehovah gave me painkillers to dull my pain. My husband, Alexei, tries to take care of us. In the pretrial detention facility, for example, each day he wrote letters of encouragement to us, which we read together as a family.
My dear family, remember the qualities that we need right now: endurance, courage, calmness, and most importantly, faith. I like the thought that after winter, summer always comes. After the night, the day arrives. And after the darkest days, there will definitely come a sunny one.
Throughout all these trials, having a good spiritual schedule and reading the Bible has given me strength. Also, we prepare for meetings and participate in the ministry. I was really afraid to do it. But this situation has helped me to see Jehovah's support.
So we're still in the first item from the Saturday afternoon program of the Powerful by Faith 2021 convention. We're hearing the story of Tatiana and Alexei Budenchuk as part of a series of stories reminding Jehovah's Witnesses of the need for faith based on these testimonials from all over the world. In this case, they are predictably going to Russia to cover the persecution of Jehovah's Witnesses in that country, which I have routinely spoken out against in the strongest terms on this channel. I find it deplorable that Jehovah's Witnesses in Russia are being incarcerated and in some cases even tortured just because of what's going on in their heads. And what we have here is a glaring example of how this sort of brutish, thuggish treatment is not just a violation of human rights, it also plays directly into the hands of the cult. All it does is play into the pre-existing us versus them persecution complex narrative that's routinely pushed by this organization as a means of solidifying people's loyalty and obedience. For example, in this case, we're told about Alexei being beaten in a jail cell.
Just 1 month after the fire, when they took my husband to the prison colony, officers there beat him up. When I found out about it, it was so hard for me because I didn't know how to help my husband or how he was feeling.
Now again, this is deplorable behavior by the Russian authorities, not just incarcerating someone, not just depriving them of freedom based on what's going on in their heads, based on their religious beliefs, but going one step further and essentially torturing this person, beating them up like cowards in a jail cell where no one can see. There can be no one to step in and come to the rescue. This is deplorable behavior, but notice how the organization is leaping on it by reenacting it. They can't just have Tatiana describing her husband being beaten up or mentioning it. And make no mistake, it's so bad that this is happening that we don't need a reenactment. Anyone, I would hope, who respects human rights would recoil at the part in the story where Tatiana says they beat up my husband without needing some kind of reenactment to highlight how bad it is. For me, the only possible reason why you would get actors and have one of them dressed as a police officer and one of them dressed as a prisoner and get them to act out this scene would be to use it for propaganda purposes. That's the only reason. And bear in mind, this is a convention where children are present. It's mandated that children should be present. I keep watching this convention with my daughters in mind. Jessica is now 7. She's at that age where she would be disturbed by this sort of thing. And imagine this were a normal year where we'd taken them to an event, we'd taken them to a sports arena for this convention as Jehovah's Witnesses. Imagine this video being played on the screen. I can imagine there would have been questions driving back home. Daddy, what did they do to that man in the prison cell? Are they going to do that to me? It's going to be really shocking for small children. But it's yet another example of the people responsible for this propaganda. And make no mistake, it's propaganda. It's yet another example of the people behind it being completely clueless as to what is or isn't age appropriate. They care about only one thing, and that's manipulating Jehovah's Witnesses by terrifying them. And if that means getting actors in, dressing one as a police officer and one as a prisoner, and reenacting the violence in front of children, well, the ends justify the means. So that was the standout part, really, from this story. I also found it odd when Tatiana is describing the fire at her home. We don't really learn what the cause of this fire was. I would hope that it wasn't something to do with her religion. Maybe local vigilantes taking it upon themselves to, to basically commit arson against members of the Jehovah's Witness community. Maybe there was no explanation, and that's why they didn't even try to address that question. But I did find it a bit weird that they had a drone set up while the house was still smouldering from the fire. That seemed a little bit odd. I mean, it could, I suppose, just be a reenactment, but then you would have to burn down a property just to reenact this happening. I think that's actually her house. And I think what's happened is that Jehovah's Witnesses, while the house is still smouldering, have turned up with a film crew and with a drone because it is so useful as propaganda material. I think that's what seems to have happened. I found it odd when she was talking about the way the local witnesses rallied round. Of course, they're going to do that when it's a fellow believer. They don't give this sort of aid and they don't give this sort of comfort to non-believers, and certainly not to former believers. They always reserve their love bombing for people who are either in the group or likely to join the group. But I found it odd when she said,
"They dressed me like a small child. They brought us hot tea, food, everything of the highest quality."
What difference does it make what quality the hot food and tea was? That was a really odd thing to say, wasn't it? Your house has just burned down. You would have other things on your mind, surely, than the quality of the hot food and tea that you're being given. Apparently, that's something that Jehovah's Witnesses can look out for in times of calamity. They won't just be given hot food and tea. They won't just be given relief supplies. It will all be of the finest quality. So that was a little bit weird. But yeah, the whole fire thing, again, I do sympathize. It seems that this really happened. And it's terrible, I'm sure, devastating, traumatic. When your house burns down and you lose your possessions, compounded by the fact that her husband's in jail. But ultimately, why has all this stuff been shown to 8.5 million Jehovah's Witnesses? It's to manipulate them into buying into this us versus them persecution narrative, a narrative that serves a clear purpose for the governing body. If you can persuade your followers that the world is out to get them, if you can leap on actual examples in an albeit totalitarian regime of this happening, what you're doing is you're strengthening their obedience to you. This is not about the persecution of religious minorities. If it were, Jehovah's Witnesses would be talking about other religious minorities that get persecuted. They never do. They never mention the Uyghurs, the Rohingyas, the Yazidis. They never mention other religious minorities. They only ever fixate on their own persecution, and that's because they are pointing to this persecution as evidence that theirs is the one true faith.
Now, some might hesitate to learn a new language. Perhaps they hold back because of the time and energy that are required. Others feel that they lack the ability. And while it's true that before making any decision we need to calculate the expense, the question here is one of faith. Can the God who gave ability to Bezalel, who made the sun stand still for Joshua, who gave power to Samson, also give you the ability, time, and energy to help those who are begging for the favor of Jehovah? Remember, Matthew 17:20. If you have faith the size of a mustard grain, nothing will be impossible for you. And according to Philippians 2:13, Holy Spirit can give us even the desire to preach to those who speak another language. Is that Spirit drawing you now? When faith motivates us to make sacrifices to serve Jehovah, He will help us to succeed, and He will reward us with many blessings. For instance, a couple in their 60s kept finding Chinese people who accepted their invitations to attend congregation meetings. So they decided to learn Chinese, and within 10 years they studied with 112 Chinese people. Okay, but with so many languages, how do I know which language to start learning? Zechariah 8:22. Who is begging for the favor of Jehovah? You can learn about the needs in your area by consulting with the elders and the circuit overseer.
We've just been watching governing body helper David Schaefer, who was there speaking in typically breathless fashion on the theme, Enter the Door to Activity in Faith, Learn a New Language. And this symposium item genuinely confuses me, because an entire talk on the 2021 convention has been devoted to reminding Jehovah's Witnesses of the privilege of learning a new language so that they can speak to minorities in their locality who speak that language, obviously with the view of bringing them into the organization. But this is advice, again, in this year's convention that flies in the face of what we've just had in terms of direction from the governing body.
In June 2020, it was announced that all branches would evaluate their foreign language and indigenous language pre-groups, groups, and congregations. What was the reason for this evaluation? Notice what the governing body conveyed to the elders at that time. In recent years, Jehovah's people have responded to the call to expand their ministry by learning another language in order to reach honest-hearted ones, and publishers should be commended for their self-sacrificing efforts in this regard. Nevertheless, it has been noted that in some cases, pre-groups or groups show little evidence of growth, with few progressive Bible studies and few, if any, progressing to baptism. In harmony with 1 Corinthians 9:26, the governing body wants to be certain that we are making our blows count. The recent evaluation showed that some foreign language and indigenous language groups and congregations had existed for years and yet had few or no publishers who were dependent on the language. In other cases, the territory was very scattered, So publishers and pioneers had to travel long distances to find someone who could speak the language. Despite all of this effort, there were few Bible studies and few interested ones, if any, who attended meetings. What was Jehovah's Spirit telling us? It would be better to use our efforts in other fields. Thus, such pre-groups, groups, and congregations were dissolved.
So I guess my question would have to be, who are we supposed to listen to? Are we supposed to listen to Tony Morris and back away from the foreign language field? Or are we supposed to listen to David Schaefer and enter the door to activity in faith by learning a new language to support foreign language groups? It's a mixed message, isn't it? And this, for me, is evidence of, sloppiness and disorganization when it comes to arranging the convention program. Bear in mind that this convention program will have been in the works now for well over a year. I mean, bear in mind, they need to film all the dramatizations. They need to decide on the talks in advance of filming those dramatizations. And they need to give their translators plenty of time to get the material translated into hundreds of languages. So what I think's happened is that David Schaefer's talk got assigned as part of the Powerful by Faith convention before this evaluation was instructed. Bear in mind, it was June 2020 when this letter apparently went out, telling foreign language groups to reevaluate, to find out whether they were actually doing anything meaningful in terms of bringing people to baptism. So June 2020, the letter goes out, and then as recently as April 2021, which is when Governing Body Update 3 went out, they reached this conclusion that actually foreign language groups aren't really doing anything. In most cases, as you heard there from Tony Morris, there's no one in the group, or in many cases, there's no one in the group who's dependent on the language, and there are very few, if any, people who are studying in what would be termed a progressive way with Jehovah's Witnesses. So essentially, it's a failed project. They identify this in April 2021, to the point where Tony Morris does this governing body update. But this is too late to stop the Powerful by Faith convention juggernaut, the wheels of which have already been put in motion months earlier. So what you end up with is a mixed message. I mean, again, who are we supposed to listen to here? For me, it just speaks to the fact that this is a very human organization. There's no real Holy Spirit involved. They're just as prone to slip-ups and disorganization as any other human organization.
In the following video, note how one couple responds to a need in the field.
Oh, honestly, you shouldn't have. You're gonna need it.
Gabriel leaving to serve where the need is greater made us feel like we missed the chance to expand our ministry.
Why don't we start now? We're not getting any younger.
Yeah, we could ask the circuit overseer for advice on his next visit, but I'm worried he's going to say we should
Join the new language group. It's a big need in our circuit.
We've never felt like the right people to serve in a foreign language. Brother Lindstrom shared Zechariah 8:23 with us, which helped us to see how we could have a hand in helping men out of all the languages of the nations learn about Jehovah. learning was a struggle at first. But with Jehovah's help, we made progress. Slowly.
Yeah, you did it.
Even though the language was a challenge, loving our new family was not.
Shukar Sabai.
Shukar Sabai?
Ma anaf tano Elliot. Dalejani Romani.
Oya Janaba. Sari Siklan Marijib.
Is Vinny.
Momenti.
I don't understand.
Morate Sune Akava. Say again what you say.
Shukar Sabai. Mo anov tano Elliot.
Esti verunava. Osastu susikluvernici. Haidi Comandre.
Come.
Haidi Comandre.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
It's true. We aren't getting any younger. And that's why we're so glad we took the chance to expand our ministry.
Isn't it just a shame that, according to Tony Morris himself, this entire dramatization is completely unrealistic? Because we've heard in Governing Body Update number 3 from a governing body member that foreign language groups aren't resulting in that many Bible studies or baptisms. So they've kind of admitted that their own propaganda is misleading, or more to the point, unrealistic, because this simply isn't happening. And isn't it interesting that, as well as being unrealistic, it's also a little bit patronizing? I don't know what language it is they're learning here. I suspect it's something like a Romani dialect. I sent my friend Arthur Weber a sample and he couldn't immediately detect it, but he's going to look into it further. But in any case, irrespective of what language it was, what we have here are two people learning a language for the sole purpose of roping people into a cult. And then they're depicted going to where members of this community are living, and purely by virtue of the fact that they're trying to speak this language, this should be enough, apparently, for people to welcome them into their homes and start to be indoctrinated into the cult. In other words, if you're part of this language community, this minority, and someone knocks at your door and they're speaking your language, you're supposed to say, oh, wow, the fact that these people have gone to so much trouble means that what they're peddling must be true. Whatever they have to say is something that's profound and has deep meaning for me in my life, so I should welcome them into my home and listen to everything they have to say, which they're not saying very well. And they seem to be mostly incoherent, but never mind, at least they're making an effort, so therefore what they're saying must be true. Not how it works, and frankly this is patronizing towards whichever language minority these efforts are aimed at.
In the following video, note how one brother overcame his fear of serving where the need is greater.
If you told me 2 years ago that I'd be moving where the need was greater, I would have laughed. It all started when they announced a special preaching campaign. My friend Samuel encouraged me to apply with him.
So? What do you think?
Yeah. No, but you enjoy that.
I know you're gonna love it. That's why I got you a form as well, all right? We can do this.
Okay.
I knew I could do more, but I was comfortable. I like doing things on my own terms. But really, I was afraid of the unknown. I needed to examine my heart. When I read about Abraham's faith at Hebrews 11:8, it's like the words jumped off the page.
He went out, although not knowing where he was going.
Who better to be in control of my life than Jehovah? A door was open to me. I just needed to go through it. And what I experienced changed my life.
Let's do it, man.
The results of the campaign were incredible, and the experience pushed me out of my comfort zone.
All right, Gabriel's going to try something.
Lo coges así y se lo comes. Try, try, try.
Come on, give it a try.
Muy bien, muy bien. Come, come. ¿Está bueno? ¿Está bueno?
Good, yeah? Really good. Yeah, see?
I saw the ministry in a new way, and I wanted to do more. So I calculated the cost and worked with my local elders to write to the branch office. When I heard back with some suggestions, I prayed about it and did research before choosing. There were many unknowns, but I couldn't wait. It was hard to say goodbye to my friends, but I was ready for whatever Jehovah had in store for me.
Did you notice how faith was shown and what blessings resulted?
What I noticed, Samuel heard, was a young man giving in to pressure from his friends to do something he didn't want to do and ceding control of his life to Jehovah. As we saw him say there,
who better to be in control of my life than Jehovah?
Who better to be in control of my life than Jehovah? Could they put it more plainly? I really like it actually when the governing body make my job so easy by just putting everything out on the table like they do here and just saying, we want to control your life. Oh, sorry. It's best if you let Jehovah control your life and we'll decide what it is that Jehovah's saying and we'll interpret his will. It's just so obvious, isn't it? So anyone watching this rebuttal, or indeed watching the convention, who's not familiar with Jehovah's Witnesses, is hopefully able to see very clearly what's going on here. Incidentally, this is Samuel Hurd, obviously, governing body member. He's giving the item, enter the new door to activity and faith, move to where the need is greater. So this is something that especially young Jehovah's Witnesses are encouraged to do. They're encouraged to go to other parts of the world where it's determined that there is a need. And in my time, when I were young, this would normally involve winding up in some exotic tropical location where, as well as there being a need, there also happen to be really nice beaches and a really nice holiday atmosphere, coincidentally. But yeah, this is something that Jehovah's Witnesses do. And isn't it interesting that in this dramatization, we saw this guy very openly being manipulated and coerced to do something he didn't want to do.
So, what do you think?
Yeah. No, but you enjoy that.
I know you're going to love it. That's why I got you a form as well.
So in other words, he doesn't really have a choice in the matter. He's been enlisted in working where the need is greater by his friend who's got him an extra form. His friend apparently won't take no for an answer. And then as things progress, we find out that any sort of trepidation being felt by this guy who's being roped into working where the need is greater, any sort of trepidation or reservations is actually a problem with him.
But I was comfortable. I like doing things on my own terms. But really, I was afraid of the unknown. I needed to examine my heart.
I like doing things on my own terms. Oh, the horror. Someone likes doing things on their own terms. Someone likes being in control of their own life. You can see how that could be a problem when you're in a cult. You're not allowed to do things on your own terms. And isn't it interesting how this attitude that he has is actually a problem on his part, to the extent where he starts saying, I was afraid of the unknown. It could have been a simple fear of the unknown. But doesn't it look quite a bit like the organization is here essentially saying to Jehovah's Witnesses, if you don't sacrifice yourselves in the way that we suggest, there's a problem with you, and it could be that you're just a chicken. It could be that you're just a bit of a scaredy cat. So you need to grow a pair and you need to sacrifice yourself in any way that we deem fit, and just be thankful of the fact that you're being given this marvelous opportunity to show how faithful you are.
Now, in the following video, note what reasoning helped Gabriel decide to apply for the School for Kingdom Evangelizers.
At our convention, they had the meeting for the School for Kingdom Evangelizers. My friend Anton asked if I was going to go.
Hey, Gabriel.
Oh, hey, Anton.
Are you coming?
To what?
The SKA meeting.
Oh, no, I wasn't planning on it, but...
All right, then. Yeah, sure. I'll go.
Okay, then.
And afterwards,
I went, but I felt conflicted. I thought, I already have an assignment, one that I love. But I didn't fully understand the incredible privilege of attending SKA. I asked the circuit overseer a few more questions, and it felt like, this is it. It seemed right, and all I had to do was apply online.
But that was months ago.
So what's holding you back?
I feel like Jehovah led me here, and I've never been happier.
But now another door's opened, and the fear's back.
It doesn't matter how far you've come. Fear of the unknown can be overwhelming. Sometimes you need a reminder that Jehovah's leading you in the right direction. Here's one to keep in mind. Philippians 4:13. Read it, and just think about how far Jehovah's taken you.
For all things, I have the strength through the one who gives me power.
Jehovah is in control. What was I so afraid of?
I'm bringing too much.
Well, SK is for 2 months.
Oh, you were just a light, you two. Bringing every last thing with you.
Can I leave this with you?
It's
just been on a few adventures, but it's still great for travel.
Really?
Yeah, please. Who knows, you might need it sometime soon.
Did you notice how faith was shown?
What I noticed was more manipulation and ceding control to Jehovah, or more accurately, Jehovah's organization. So we've just been watching the dramatization for Mark Numer's talk, Mark Numer being a helper to the teaching committee. His symposium piece is Enter the Door to Activity and Faith. Apply for the School for Kingdom Evangelizers. This is now the second time on the Saturday afternoon program that SKE has been promoted. We obviously had it mentioned as well in the testimonials at the beginning of the Saturday afternoon session. And as I said earlier in this rebuttal, SKE is really nothing special. It's talked up as being this incredible rite of passage, this profound spiritual pilgrimage, when in fact it's just 2 months of concentrated indoctrination. I should know because I went through not SKE, but a predecessor to SKE, Ministerial Training School. All they really do for 2 months is take you through the organization's publications, obviously not objectively, obviously steering away from all of the false predictions, all of the cringeworthy, embarrassing elements of Jehovah's Witness history, and sticking to the narrative that they want you to take away from the school, namely to devote yourself to the organization in whatever capacity you can. That's what SKE is about. It's purely about turning people into essentially super JWs. And you can see why that would be of benefit to the organization. It's not something that benefits, what was his name in this drama? Gabriel. It's not something that would benefit Gabriel or would benefit someone going through SKE. Ultimately, the organization are very much the beneficiaries. It's very much the governing body who reap the dividends from individuals like Gabriel making the sacrifice, going through SKE, receiving this torrent of indoctrination so that they can then be assigned to whatever congregation or part of the world the organization sends them, effectively putting the organization in the driver's seat when it comes to deciding how their lives will play out.
Would you like to assist with a theocratic building project? You may see reports regarding branch construction and renovation, or the need for new kingdom halls and remote translation offices. And this may cause you to wonder if you could have a share. Well, that is a wonderful goal. Now, primarily, we need brothers and sisters who have a strong relationship with Jehovah and a willing spirit. Those are the qualities we need. Construction or technical skills can be learned. And strong faith will give us the confidence that if we are invited, Jehovah will make us equal to the task and help us to develop the skills that are needed. And faith will also help us to trust that Jehovah will care for us when our assignment is over. For example, one couple had to give up their apartment and resign from their secular employment to help with a project. Now, they said they did feel some anxiety as the end of their 6-month assignment neared, but they trusted that Jehovah would help them, and help he did. When they returned, they called their former employer. Not only did he offer them their job back, but it was at better terms. And they said that within 1 week of returning back, they had found a new apartment. In another example, the local design construction department invited a brother to work for a few months on a project. Now, at the time, he was working full-time with a major company. He had good benefits, a good salary, a company car, housing. He requested a leave of absence. They denied his request. Our brother decided to take the LDC assignment anyway. He was fired from his job. So what would he do after he completed his assignment? Well, he actually was able to find a part-time job that has allowed him to stay in full-time service. And now he is a pioneer. He and his wife are pioneers, and he's serving as a remote volunteer for a branch construction project. And similar stories are repeated over and over. Jehovah foretold that during these last days, a great crowd would worship him acceptably. And the fulfillment of that prophecy has created an urgent need for more kingdom halls, assembly halls, branch facilities, remote translation offices. Now, we understand that the pandemic has limited theocratic building projects to some extent at this time. However, there is still much work to do now and on into the future. So if assisting with a theocratic building project is your goal, you can be confident that you too will become powerful by faith. Take that leap. You will enjoy Jehovah's support and many, many blessings.
Sorry, I just can't resist putting a picture of you two whenever they say you two. It's just my sense of humor. You must forgive me. But we here have Robert Lucioni, who is a helper to the publishing committee. He is giving the symposium item, Enter the Door to Activity and Faith, assist with a theocratic building project. And clearly his brief is to persuade Jehovah's Witnesses in the audience that they might want to consider helping the governing body build stuff. What is it with this religion's obsession with building? I mean, I can remember, quick builds being a thing when I was a Jehovah's Witness. And obviously they would have building projects involving branch facilities that were built with volunteer labor. They would bring in, obviously, free labor to get this stuff built. It was clearly a thing when I was a Jehovah's Witness. But never before have I seen such a focus on this. This seems to be increasingly becoming, more of a property company where they're obsessed with building things. Apparently, Jehovah is some celestial property entrepreneur, and he needs his followers to help him expand his portfolio. Since when was God so reliant on stuff being built? In fact, isn't there a verse that says that God doesn't dwell in buildings? Here we are, Acts 17, verses 24 and 25. The God who made the world and all the things in it, being as he is, Lord of heaven and earth, does not dwell in handmade temples, nor is he served by human hands as if he needed anything, because he himself gives to all people life and breath and all things. That was a verse that sort of resonated with me as a Jehovah's Witness. Yeah, why does God need stuff? When you look at all other religions, when you look at, say, Catholicism and the grandeur of the Vatican, it's obvious that human religions are obsessed with amassing wealth and amassing property. It's been going on for centuries, going right the way back to the 1st century, as Paul is commenting here. So you would think that Jehovah's Witnesses, aspiring to be pure worship, aspiring to be the one and only true religion, they would distance themselves from this idea that, we absolutely need stuff. We absolutely need bricks and mortar. We need real estate. We need assets that we can control. This is all very human, isn't it? It's got human fingerprints all over it. And yet Jehovah's Witnesses are being asked to mobilize for this building project to the extent where they're being encouraged to give up their jobs. They're giving examples of two, one a couple, one an individual on his own, an individual volunteer. He gives two examples of Jehovah's Witnesses giving up their jobs to increase and expand the governing body's property portfolio, which is, if you think about it, reprehensible. It's, again, putting the needs of the organization ahead of the needs of individuals. And he can point all he likes to success stories But that's not like a guarantee, is it? I mean, I'm sure if you were to sacrifice your job and go and build something like a branch facility, and then you were to go back to your employer and say, can I have my old job back, perhaps on better terms than before? And if your employer were to say, get lost, you couldn't then phone up Robert Lucioni and say, excuse me, Robert Lucioni, you indicated in your talk that I would be blessed. It's not going to work that way. What's happening here is Robert Lucioni is very clearly cherry-picking in a very manipulative way success stories that help him with his agenda, help him with this narrative of recruiting people to build stuff. And he'll be ignoring, I'm sure, the cases where it hasn't gone so well and where Jehovah's Witnesses have been worse off, financially and otherwise, as a result of sacrificing everything just so the governing body can have stuff built for them.
In the following video, note how Sarah found the courage to assist in a theocratic building project.
Hi, darling, we're back.
When I learned I was invited to work for a few weeks on the upcoming construction project, I was thrilled. But that excitement quickly turned into anxiety because of what I had to do. I prayed to Jehovah for weeks to give me the strength to have the conversation with my employer.
All right, Sarah, come in.
So?
I wanted to first of all say thank you for taking it. I began to explain about the construction project and how I'd been invited to volunteer. I really like the time to...
So you want time off during the busiest time of our year?
Well, yes, but...
It's your choice, but under no circumstances will I hold your position.
Suddenly, this beautiful privilege felt like a huge risk. Was I making my life more complicated by doing this? I read the account about the people in Nehemiah's day. Their willing spirit demonstrated faith, and Jerusalem's walls were built by people who put their heart into the work. I didn't want to miss out on the opportunity to serve Jehovah in that way. This is my resignation letter. I had to have faith that Jehovah would bless my decision. I'm not sure what the future holds when I get back, but I know Jehovah will take care of me. For now, I'm going to focus on putting my heart into the work.
Isn't this manipulative? They're not just reading anecdotes of nameless people who've quit their jobs and everything's gone well for them. They're also showing highly produced propaganda dramatizations, encouraging Jehovah's Witnesses to do this with absolutely zero guarantee that things will work out for them. And how can there be any guarantee? Again, Robert Lucioni before was cherry-picking the stories where it went well. Goodness knows how many Jehovah's Witnesses have quit their jobs for building projects and been far worse off as a result. But never mind that, here the governing body are producing a dramatization encouraging Jehovah's Witnesses to be this reckless with their careers. And if you happen to be a Jehovah's Witness watching this, because I realize some Jehovah's Witnesses do watch my videos, just think about what all of this is for. This is literally to build real estate. This is to build stuff out of bricks and mortar. This is to pour concrete. This is to create a physical asset that will be of use to an organization, and most importantly, is resellable, so that this girl, for example, could quit her job to go and work on one of these construction projects. They could build, I don't know, a kingdom hall or an assembly hall or a branch facility. And then there's nothing stopping the organization from just a few months or years later saying, actually, we're going to sell this. So that it ends up being, I don't know, a Burger King or a gym or a hotel. Who knows? Nothing is stopping the organization cashing in on this free labor, and look at what people are expected to give so that they can do this. They are expected to put their careers on hold, to put themselves in financial jeopardy, all so that the governing body can have more buildings.
There is no other organization that compares to Jehovah's organization. Everything the organization provides and helps with is free of charge. But Jehovah invites all of us to give to him or contribute our material resources according to what we personally decide. Now, why is this giving a matter of faith? Could it be that we hold back because, 1, we might fear that if we are generous, we might not have enough for our own needs? To think this way is understandable. Life is unpredictable and nobody knows what the future holds and what our material needs might be tomorrow. Or could it be that we hold back too because we feel that our personal contribution is so small and therefore insignificant? Maybe we have very little materially because we live in a poor country, or we struggle to cover our expenses for other reasons. So we see that our giving really depends on how we connect this with Jehovah. Our view of Jehovah, our friendship with Jehovah needs to influence our actions, and this requires faith. This is 1 Corinthians 16, and we read verse 2. On the first day of every week, each of you should set something aside according to his own means, so that collections will not take place when I arrive. So the Apostle Paul encouraged Christians to plan ahead, to give. In other words, Paul wanted them to consider their circumstances and to decide on a certain contribution amount. Paul was convinced that this would not result in their lacking material necessities. He himself had experienced the help from Jehovah, and he knew that God would care for them. Generous giving would further allow Jehovah to care for them in a generous way. Do we now see how planning ahead is an expression of our faith? When we do this, we are putting Jehovah to the test in a good way. We want to experience how it feels when Jehovah sees us setting the right priorities and in turn becomes our protector and our rewarder. Dear brothers and sisters, you are displaying this kind of faith. Many of you set something aside so that you can contribute when you come to the Kingdom Hall. Others consider their expenses and their financial means, and they decide to regularly donate electronically. Even when circumstances have not allowed you to donate the way you've done in the past, you still find a way to give your contribution to Jehovah. Jehovah promised to care for our needs. Do we really believe that? If we do, our faith will help us to give generously.
We're watching Gaius Glockentin, who is a helper to the publishing committee. He's taking us through the item, Enter the Door to Activity and Faith. Set something aside for Jehovah's work. And hopefully by now it's obvious what this something is. It's very much about money, isn't it? Apparently, God is broke. God needs cash urgently. So much so that an entire talk on the 2021 Powerful by Faith Convention needs to be dedicated to reminding Jehovah's Witnesses of their privilege of setting something aside, setting money aside specifically for Jehovah's work. And in support of this message, Gaius Glockentin reads a Bible verse in 1 Corinthians 16, verse 2. On the first day of every week, each of you should set something aside according to his own means, so that collections will not take place when I arrive. Gaius Glockentin is obviously focusing on the early part of that sentence. For me, what's most interesting is the second part. It seems that this whole giving thing was an established practice, as it would be in any man-made church, any man-made religion. The point of this particular verse seems to be the latter part, so that collections will not take place when I arrive. Isn't that interesting? So collections were already commonplace, it seems, in the Christian church when Paul was writing. He was purely acknowledging that this was happening. He just didn't want those collections happening when he was there. He wanted it to be very much out of sight, out of mind, that collections were taking place because it, for whatever reason, made him feel uncomfortable. That's what I take from this verse when we read it in context. Gaius Glockentin doesn't seem interested in the context. He's just interested in finding any excuse whatsoever to remind Jehovah's Witnesses of the need to donate, because apparently their protection is involved.
We want to experience how it feels when Jehovah sees us setting the right priorities, and in turn becomes our protector and our rewarder.
Jehovah becomes our protector, our rewarder. Prior to giving the money, if you don't give the money, he's not your protector. But once a Jehovah's Witness starts giving money, once the first money changes hands or winds up in the contribution box, then all of a sudden, Jehovah sweeps in and he is suddenly the protector. It sounds a little bit like a protection racket, doesn't it? I'm imagining Jehovah as some kind of mafia boss who sends his goons round, in this case Gaius Glockentin, reminding them of their privilege to pay for protection. What exactly do Jehovah's Witnesses need protection from? It seems fairly obvious that if they need protection from anything, or specifically anyone, it's Jehovah, and what Jehovah's going to do to them if they don't serve him acceptably, which includes, it seems, giving of their donations. So in a way, Jehovah is some kind of mafia boss, isn't he? And this is some kind of protection racket. But what most struck me about this talk is, and I suppose we've seen this coming for a while now, is how far this organization is deviating from the way things used to be at the very beginning. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the words of Charles Taze Russell in 1879. In fact, I featured them at the beginning of my Unrighteous Riches video. Thumbnail will appear here, if Tibor is gracious. If you haven't checked it out, please do so, because it links in with some of what I was saying earlier about the building work. I mentioned at the beginning of this video Charles Taze Russell's famous words, which were printed in the second edition of the Watchtower. This is an albeit poor condition, but this is a bound volume, the very first Watchtower bound volume of the years beginning 1879. It goes through to 1887. I actually have a version that's in better condition than this, but I keep this on display because the cover's torn off and you can see very clearly that this is the very first edition of the Watchtower magazine, albeit in bound volume format. Anyway, if you turn to page 20, and I'll have a photograph appear on the screen from my bound volume, so you know that I'm not making this up, although you should recognize these words if you're a current or former Jehovah's Witness. It says, "Do not suppose these remarks to be an appeal for money. No, Zion's watchtower has, we believe, Jehovah for its backer, and while this is the case, it will never beg nor petition men for support. When he who says, 'All the gold and silver of the mountains are mine,' fails to provide necessary funds, we will understand it to be time to suspend the publication." Now, I suppose if you are an apologist for the organization, you might be tempted to say, well, they're not begging. They're just reminding Jehovah's Witnesses of the privilege of setting something aside for Jehovah's work. Well, how often are you going to remind people in that way when they know already that they can do this? The more you remind someone of something that they already know, the more it becomes less of a reminder and more a case of begging or pressuring someone to do whatever it is you're reminding them to do. And how many reminders are Jehovah's Witnesses getting at the moment? We had the May 2015 infamous JW Broadcasting episode in which Stephen Lett went so far as to say, we need money, brothers, because we have more money going out of the organization than we have coming in at this time. You don't need me to play the clip. I'm sure many of you remember that. It was a real turning point because up to that point, I'd never seen such an overt request for money. It was just the occasional Watchtower article that I remember seeing growing up, or maybe the occasional reminder at the assembly or convention. There weren't any videos telling us to do this, not that I can remember. It just seems to be more and more a thing where Jehovah's Witnesses are reminded, begged, essentially, pressured to give their money to the organization to the extent where it's being featured here in a convention item.
We might consider our circumstances and feel that the contribution we can make is so small that it makes no difference. Do you still have 1 Corinthians 16 verse 2 open? What did we read there? Let us read it again. 1 Corinthians 16 verse 2. On the first day of every week, each of you should set something aside according to his own means. Did you notice Paul did not specify a certain minimum amount? And later, he mentioned the Macedonian Christians. They were in deep poverty, yet they begged for the privilege of giving. They were happy to give even beyond their means because they were giving to Jehovah. Being poor meant that they individually could not give much, and yet they understood that giving materially is an expression of our worship. Many of you, brothers and sisters, are like those in Macedonia. You have very little, and yet we see your faith by contributing generously according to your circumstances. No matter how small the amount might be, you imitate our generous God Jehovah. And you experience what one sister described in a letter. She wrote, "All these years I've been unable to give but small amounts of money at the Kingdom Hall." Yet she continued, "Jehovah God has given me back much more than I have given." Even our young children can learn to set something aside and give to Jehovah. Here at Warwick, we occasionally receive notes and letters from these young ones who want to give to Jehovah, and they tell us how they appreciate what the organization is doing, especially the videos. This really touches our heart, and we can only imagine how happy it must make Jehovah. Jehovah loves us for giving the best that we have. He values even our small contributions. Even small donations do make a difference and are noticed by Jehovah. He sees our faith in action.
This is so cheap, so desperate, and so frankly human. I mean, where is the spirituality in all of this? Where's the profound wisdom from on high? This is exactly the sort of slimy, shady, money-grubbing rhetoric you would expect from any televangelist, isn't it? And this is what this organization has sunk to. Again, it's unrecognizable from the religion I remember growing up in. There was so much more dignity, I feel, in the Jehovah's Witness religion of the 80s and 90s, in the decades when I was growing up, where requests for money, I mean, maybe they were happening and I was just too young to register them. Or maybe it was just my rose-tinted, cult-addled mind that was blocking these messages out. But how overt it's become. It's just so slimy, isn't it? To the point of dragging in the children and the fact that they're writing in to pledge money, to give money to the organization because the organization has given them videos.
Here at Warwick, we occasionally receive notes and letters from these young ones who want to give to Jehovah. And they tell us how they appreciate what the organization is doing. Especially the videos.
Especially the videos. Yes, of course, the videos, the Caleb and Sophia cartoons, are going to appeal most to the children. So this is apparently the sort of video that children have been writing in and thanking the governing body for, sending money in appreciation for these videos. Videos where they are asked to give money to the organization, at least in this case. And in fact, there's another one as well. There's actually two videos telling children to save money to give to the organization. In this case, go without ice cream so that the organization can build stuff, so that the organization can print stuff, so that people like Tony Morris can spend that ice cream money on trips to the local booze store. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, if you don't know what this photograph is all about, or this still, just look up my Bottlegate video and hopefully you'll be able to put two and two together. You'll realize just how inappropriate all of this is. Tony Morris, who's on the teaching committee and who has a say in what cartoons are made, doesn't have a problem with coercing children to give up their ice cream money so that the organization can have that little bit extra money coming into its coffers. Meanwhile, he's found in a liquor store in the vicinity of Warwick Bethel with his shopping cart brimming with expensive booze. He's not willing to give up his booze money, but Jehovah's Witness children are expected to give up their ice cream money. That's how slimy this organization has become.
In the following video, note what moved one couple to greater acts of generosity.
When a disaster struck in the north of the country, we immediately answered the call for help. Seeing our brothers and sisters in need was heartbreaking. But what really touched our heart was the spirit of the local brothers and sisters. They were like the Macedonians. They didn't have much, but they gave generously from the heart. When we got home, Madeline and I resolved to show the same kind of spirit. First, our appreciation led us to review our contribution to the worldwide work.
I've come up with this figure. Is this right?
Yeah.
Let's just thank Jehovah.
We looked for ways to be generous to those around us. We discovered that we had the means to give more, so we didn't hold back. And then our congregation was invited to help with a special preaching campaign.
Do you think we could do a bit more? Could we push ourselves a bit further?
I'd really like to.
It was within our power to help, and that's exactly what we did.
I'm being too much.
No, of course not.
So mercifully, that's the end of the dramatizations for the symposium. Enter the door to activity and faith. We've just been seeing the character Anton and his wife discovering that they can actually give more money to the organization, in addition to all of the various ways that they're already involved in either preaching or assisting with the disaster relief work. Incidentally, I was really cringing in that part of the dramatization where they are doing the disaster relief. What is it about these dramatizations being completely unrealistic and also a little bit tone deaf when you are depicting an emergency situation, which is what a disaster aid effort is addressing, and you have these fake acts of kindness with, you saw there the Jehovah's Witness sister handing over the bag of tomatoes or whatever, and you see Anton's wife going, oh, and the sister who's in the yellow tabard, who's receiving the bag, is also like, oh wow, oh wow. It's all fake because it's a dramatization, obviously. It just feels a bit weird. I think if you're going to go down that route of showing acts of kindness in the wake of a catastrophe, you're going to have to do a much better job in terms of acting and in terms of writing and scripting the dramatization than something like that. And let's not forget that when it comes to disaster relief work, it's just for Jehovah's Witnesses. In rare instances, they will spill it over so that someone who isn't a Jehovah's Witness, perhaps a neighbour also get some work done on their property, but it's mostly or almost exclusively Jehovah's Witnesses who are the intended recipients of disaster relief work. And as I've argued routinely on this channel, how is there anything extraordinary in that? How is there anything extraordinary in just looking out for your own and not looking out for people who aren't believers? Dare I say it, even former believers. That would be impressive, wouldn't it? If Jehovah's Witnesses rallied to the aid of former members, that would say a lot about how loving the organization is. If their love is only reserved for fellow members, for fellow believers, what do we really learn about the organization? Not that much, I would argue. But yes, we have an entire video here geared to reminding Jehovah's Witnesses of their privilege to give more money, to be like this couple who somehow discovered that they had money that they didn't know they had and decided to give it all to the organization, never mind their needs. You know, this is a couple who should really be thinking about how they're going to be spending their retirement, how they're going to get by when they're too old to work, and instead they're trying to squeeze out any disposable income that they have so that they can send it Watchtower's way, even though Watchtower gives no transparency whatsoever when it comes to how much money is coming in, how much money is needed, what their budget is on a yearly basis. Everything just has to be taken on trust, that they're managing things properly, that they're not overspending. I mean, Jehovah's Witnesses aren't told, for example, how much of their money goes towards settling child abuse lawsuits. That's not something where there's transparency. Anton and his wife, for all they know, could be setting aside their hard-earned savings, their hard-earned funds, to be helping the organization defend itself against the mismanagement or mishandling of child abuse. Their money could be going towards keeping child abuse covered up in some way. That is not a wise use of funds. So how manipulative of the organization to just give this blanket request for money to the point where they're making millions of Jehovah's Witnesses at their 2021 convention sit through this highly produced propaganda, which is urging them to send their hard-earned funds to the organization, no questions asked.
We invite you to put yourself in the scene as you watch the drama Daniel, A Lifetime of Faith, Part 1.
King.
General.
We starved them out, but Jehoiakim still
Negotiations don't concern me, General. But your incompetence does. Finish it! Or you'll not find me as forgiving as the gods.
Yes, my king.
This is what Jehovah of armies says. Because you did not obey my words, all this land will be reduced to ruins. And this land and its inhabitants will have to serve the king of Babylon for 70 years.
Daniel. Stay and play?
I've got to go with Papa.
When you come back, you want to play Noah's Ark?
Sure. And who will you be?
I'll be a lion.
Then I'll be an elephant.
They're here. Gather your things. We have to go.
Go? Go where?
We don't live here anymore. Push them. Grab our bags.
So we've just been watching some of the opening scenes from part 1 of Daniel, A Lifetime of Faith. At every Jehovah's Witness convention, there is some drama. In the pre-JW broadcasting era, these dramas were typically done with audio tapes. And let's say it was done in a football stadium or in a sports ground. People would dress up in fake beards and costumes and literally mime the words of the tape in front of the audience, usually depicting some Bible scene. Obviously, in the era of JW broadcasting, or since around 2014, when the organization has really started investing heavily in video production, these dramas are now done as effectively movies. We've had in previous conventions Hezekiah brought to life. We've had the story of Jonah. We've had a really disturbing depiction of the story of Josiah, in which the governing body seemingly vicariously lived out what it would be like to preside over a caliphate and kill all non-believers. Last year's drama, of course, was the story of Nehemiah, and this year they're dealing with the story of Daniel. And I've had a bit to say about Daniel, but I just want to draw people's attention to the opening slide, or the opening caption. 617 BCE seems to be the date they're giving to the surrender of Jehoiakim, the fall of Jerusalem by the forces of Nebuchadnezzar, before obviously Jerusalem later ended up being destroyed. It was besieged by Nebuchadnezzar, and Zedekiah was installed as a puppet ruler by Nebuchadnezzar. This event did not happen in 617 BCE, so the film hasn't even begun. And already Jehovah's Witnesses are being fed a false narrative. It's simply incorrect. Historians and archaeologists do not support 617 BCE as the initial fall of Jerusalem by Nebuchadnezzar and the installing of Zedekiah as a puppet ruler. Instead, this happened in 597 BCE. It's interesting that there's a 20-year difference between these dates, because of course Jehovah's Witnesses famously point to 607 as being the year when Nebuchadnezzar destroyed Jerusalem and its temple, which of course informs their prophecies regarding 1914 and the last days. In fact, their entire theology about the validity of their religion and its divine mandate centers around this idea that Jerusalem was sacked and destroyed in 607 BCE, when in fact that happened 20 years later in 587 BCE. So it's interesting that there's a 20-year difference here as well. They're saying that Nebuchadnezzar's initial siege of Jerusalem, in which Jehoiakim surrendered and Zedekiah was installed, happened in 617 BCE, when in fact it happened in 597 BCE. You can see what's happening. It's just that 20-year difference, isn't it? Jehovah's Witnesses, or the governing body specifically, think they know better than historians, And if historians say actually this happened in 597 BCE, because the governing body needs there to be a 20-year difference in order to support their theology and indeed the entire theological basis of their religion, they say, oh, no, we know better. So I just find it fascinating that the film has barely begun and already Jehovah's Witnesses are being presented with misinformation regarding history. That's before we even get to Daniel as a character. I recently had Richard Carrier on this channel. Richard is a Bible scholar. He has a lot to say on the subject of mythicism, in other words, the historicity of Jesus. You can check out our conversation here. Here's the thumbnail if Tibor is gracious. But it turns out Dr. Carrier also has a lot to say on Daniel as a book, and he wrote an article on his blog titled How We Know Daniel is a Forgery. Here is a screen grab from that article, and you might be looking at this article, particularly if you're a believer, and saying, oh, this is a ridiculous article. Of course, Daniel isn't a forgery. Well, if you actually read the article and read Dr. Carrier's arguments, you realize that this headline is not sensationalist. It's not clickbait. It's not just enraging believers for the sake of it. Daniel really is a forgery. That is the consensus of Bible scholars. And Richard Carrier goes to great lengths to explain how we know. It's not just a debate. It's not like it's a theory. We know that the book of Daniel is a forgery. It was written to present a false narrative. And regarding the actual character Daniel, I'll scroll down to the bottom because in his concluding comments, Dr. Carrier says, all evidence points to there never even having been such a Jewish prophet before the book of Daniel was fabricated in the 160s BC, or for maybe some of its earlier chapters, in the 4th century BC, although that remains less certain. Legends of such a prophet may have circulated in previous centuries, evolving from the legendary Ugaritic Daniel, just as Noah and Job are myths evolving from the likes of Jobab and I'm going to have to pronounce this, Utnapishtim. Many of the tales in Daniel may derive from such oral myths, setting them now in a specific historical era that its authors did not actually know all that well, but wanted readers to believe was historically legitimate, resulting in embarrassing and otherwise inexplicable errors by which we are able to now detect the con. Yes, when you actually read the details in Daniel and compare them with what we know for a fact from our study of history and archaeology, we realize that whoever wrote the book of Daniel, and it certainly wasn't Daniel, whoever wrote it was making mistakes left, right, and center that you simply wouldn't make if you were Daniel, if you were someone who was a senior official in the courts of Babylon and who had seen firsthand things transpire. They make mistakes. And that's one of the main reasons why we know the book of Daniel to be a forgery. So I think it's important that as we watch these clips from this Daniel drama, and I've tried to spare you from watching the whole thing, I've tried to just select what for me are the most important, most significant moments from the drama. I think it's important that we keep this in the back of our minds in terms of some context here. What they're doing is they're creating a dramatization that's based on a made-up fictitious narrative. The book of Daniel is a forgery. We know this. So let's be clear, quite apart from that business about 617 BC and Jehovah's Witnesses being fed pseudo-history right off the bat, quite apart from all of that, what's going to be depicted in this Bible drama is not history, it's fiction.
Daniel, of the tribe of Judah. You will receive training in the house of the great king Nebuchadnezzar.
But this is my family.
Princes and nobles belong in the palace.
He's not a prince. He's just a boy. Please, I will go. If it's a servant you see...
No! I'm taking the boy.
Wait. Can we say goodbye?
Make it quick.
Be strong, my son. Jehovah is with you.
You have been chosen because you were wise. But you are lacking. You will learn our writing and our language. You will be given new names. And at the end of 3 years, you will serve the great king, Nebuchadnezzar. Today, you are foreigners. Tomorrow, the gods willing, Babylonians.
So we see there Daniel being taken from his family, taken into Babylon, and informed that from this point forward he's to be considered a Babylonian, and he's going to be trained so that he can be of service to King Nebuchadnezzar. Nothing too out of the ordinary so far. Actually, I have to say that this particular drama, this year's drama, is a bit better than what we've seen in previous years, and that's not saying much, I know, but especially with some of the scenes that are to follow, we're just going to see a higher quality of production, certainly in terms of the visual effects, as you're going to see. I don't want to spoil too much. Is the acting on point? I think that the acting ability of the chap who's playing Daniel, basically the central characters, they seem to be of a higher caliber, but usually the quality of acting falls dramatically when we move to the peripheral characters in the drama, and we're seeing that here to some extent. But yes, it's exactly what you'd expect of a Bible drama. Fake beards, tunics. I mean, really, the costumes aren't that imaginative, are they? You could literally just take the costumes straight out of any other Bible drama, whether it's the Hezekiah, the Nehemiah, the Jonah drama. You could just switch them and no one would really know the difference, would they? Those Babylonian soldiers just running around in tunics. Oh, I'm scared. There's not much imagination on show, is there? But what do you really expect? It's exactly what we get year after year after year. Not so interesting stories being given the Hollywood treatment simply because they serve the narrative of the organization. And as this drama unfolds, we're going to see another example of that. Jehovah's Witnesses are supposed to identify with Daniel's character and identify with the demands that are made of him by a worldly king.
What do Babylonians eat?
His servants are given only the best.
Our God doesn't allow us to eat such foods.
You fear your God?
I do.
Well, I am afraid of my lord the king, who has assigned your food and drink. He insists on these selections to maintain your strength and vitality. What if he should see you looking worse in appearance than the other youths? You would make me guilty before the king. I must obey the king. So must you.
Please, test your servants for 10 days. And let us be given some vegetables to eat and water to drink.
Vegetables.
Just give us 10 days. And then deal with your servants according to what you see.
My lord, these young men are...
I know who they are. We've been watching you. All of you. You don't bow to our idols. You pray only to your God. And you are not eating our foods.
They insisted that their God would
Yet
not allow them.
somehow, you look healthier than the others. Continue giving them the diet they've requested. And Belteshazzar, your future is bright. Don't waste it.
I feel as though now we've established that the book of Daniel is a forgery and none of this actually happened. It lifts a burden from my shoulders. I no longer need to analyze this narrative as to what did or didn't happen. I can look at this purely from the point of view of a film critic, which I'm not really. Being a film critic is not really my specialty. I would recommend channels like Chris Stuckman if that's your thing. But I do obviously enjoy films, and I have a bit to say about the quality of this particular film. This whole issue with the food problem, I think, takes up way too much of the narrative. They devote way too many minutes in the opening of this film to what amounts to a dietary issue. Daniel and his colleagues feel they are forbidden by Mosaic law from partaking of the food the Babylonians offer them. The Babylonians are insistent, but Daniel and his associates say, well, here's a compromise. Give us vegetables to eat for 10 days, and then come and see what the results are. And if you don't like what you see, we'll come up with another plan. And at the end of the 10 days, they've done all right on vegetables. That's the story. That's the narrative. It's the sort of thing where if this were a Hollywood film, I doubt that would have been given more than a couple of minutes because it's just not interesting. But because it's a cult that's behind this film, and this detail is important because this is a cult that, for example, wants Jehovah's Witnesses to distinguish themselves in all sorts of ways, including their medical choices, this becomes a big issue. This becomes something where they want to show an example from the Bible of a Bible character, a Bible hero, making a stand on a seemingly small issue. So I know why the organization has made a big deal of this whole dietary dispute in this film. I don't think Hollywood would have done this, though, because ultimately it's a bit boring.
Which star of Enlil is brightest in the Urgula constellation? Do you know?
It is the Lugau star.
Impressive. There is a tower that is high, but nonetheless has no shade. What is it?
Your ziggurat?
Hopeless. You can solve the riddle?
It is sunlight, my lord.
Correct. My wise men teach that the gods are responsible for everything. If that's so, why do the good suffer and the evil prosper?
No one's been able to answer.
As you say, O king, the wise do not always have the food, nor do the intelligent always have the riches, nor do those with knowledge always have success, because time and unexpected events overtake them all.
Who wrote those words?
Solomon.
Famed for his wisdom.
But its source was his God, our God, Jehovah.
Take them away.
When should we return?
You won't. Go back to your families. Proven worthless. Belteshazzar, no. Not the four of you. We have more to discuss. I do not know your God, but you've proven to be 10 times better than any priest or conjurer I've met. Ashpenaz will arrange for you to serve in the palace with my wise men. Maybe your gifts were wasted in Jerusalem, but here, they'll be put to use.
So what we have here is a scene apparently intended to contrast the superiority of Daniel and his colleagues with the comparative inferiority of fellow Hebrews who also came from Jerusalem, but who weren't doing things properly. So it all really goes back to the food incident. If you watch the whole film, you'll notice that there were some Hebrews who weren't observing the dietary restrictions of Mosaic law. They weren't being as righteous as Daniel. And here we're seeing, basically in Nebuchadnezzar's throne room, what the results are of that. The message seems to be, if you want to do well, if you want to prosper, if you want to be blessed by Jehovah, you need to follow the letter of what's expected of you. You cannot cut corners. You have to show in every area that you're taking your faith seriously. So I think that's the overall message of this throne room scene. I also find it interesting how they use it as an opportunity to show how wise and profound Bible verses must have been when read out to foreign rulers back then. They use the example of Ecclesiastes 9 verse 11. I have seen something further under the sun, that the swift do not always win the race, nor do the mighty win the battle, nor do the wise always have the food, nor do the intelligent always have the riches, nor do those with knowledge always have success, because time and unexpected events overtake them all. When I was one of Jehovah's Witnesses, this was one of the few Bible verses that really made sense to me, especially in the context of dealing with my own personal tragedy of losing my mother. I can remember being asked by fellow witnesses, do you feel angry at Jehovah? And I would say no, because time and unexpected events overtake all of us. It's just a fact that terrible things happen to everyone. No one should expect any unique blessing, any preferential treatment when it comes to their worship or when it comes to their very existence. And yet what I find interesting about this verse is the way the organization routinely ignores this principle when it comes to the way it invokes Jehovah's hand. Whenever something goes the organization's way, whenever an individual receives some money or receives some kind of benefit due to their having served Jehovah acceptably, it's said, oh, well, this is clear evidence of Jehovah's hand. And of course, they ignore the many examples of Jehovah's Witnesses suffering, and in some cases even dying. They cherry pick the good stories and ignore the tragedies. And that, for me, is actually ignoring this verse here in Ecclesiastes. Whenever they invoke Jehovah's hand, as far as I'm concerned, they're ignoring this verse. They're ignoring this wisdom from Solomon, which, if you think about it, although it makes sense, it's not really an answer to the question. The question was, why do the good suffer and why do the evil prosper? If I were answering that question, I would say, well, what's your evidence that the good exclusively suffer and the evil exclusively prosper? Isn't it more likely that the good both suffer and prosper, and that the evil both suffer and prosper? In other words, where's your evidence that it swings one way or the other? Where's this black and white ideology coming from? So maybe my answer would have been even more wise than the wisest of all people who ever lived, who apparently was Solomon, who also had hundreds of wives and ended up worshipping other gods. But we won't talk about that. So yes, this was just an interesting scene, quite apart from them trying to juxtapose Daniel versus the less than perfect Hebrew exiles. There's also this small matter of Ecclesiastes 9 verse 11, which the organization routinely ignores when it's discussing Jehovah's hand.
The victory in Jerusalem is complete. Our forces are now preparing to besiege Tyre.
They should remember what happened to Zedekiah. The gods are with us.
Many died, and they burned down Jehovah's house.
Why didn't our people listen? Did they think Jehovah couldn't see what they were doing?
As long as our temple existed, our people had hope.
As long as Jehovah exists, we have hope.
But he's rejected us because of our unrighteousness.
He hasn't. Not everyone. Jehovah told Ezekiel that in his eyes, you are as righteous as Noah and Job.
He said that.
He did.
If Jehovah cares so much, then why are we in exile? Why can't we go home? Why can't we be together?
You are home, son. I don't have all the answers. Stay close to Jehovah. You will be blessed.
I don't have all the answers. Stay close to Jehovah. You will be blessed. You can see why they've included that line. Because Daniel in this scene is really depicting the way Jehovah's Witnesses will feel when they feel overwhelmed by doubts, when they feel as though there's no point to anything. Let's say they're feeling the weight of their cognitive dissonance and the penny's starting to drop and they're realizing that this might actually not be God's one true religion. And this is the governing body effectively saying to them, stay with Jehovah. Just stick with Jehovah no matter what, and everything will magically sort itself out. But in this scene, we also, of course, have yet more historical revisionism, or to put it more bluntly, pseudo-history. I've already made a video on the subject of 607 BCE and 1914. If Tibor is gracious, a thumbnail will magically appear where my finger is. But yeah, I've dealt with this subject at length. Jerusalem wasn't destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar's forces in 607 BCE. That actually happened 587 BCE. Again, there is a 20-year difference between the date assigned by Jehovah's Witnesses, and only Jehovah's Witnesses, and the date assigned by scholars and historians. And this is no small thing. This isn't just some error. The governing body are being deliberate in doubling down on this year of 607 BCE, even though they are flying in the face of the academic community and essentially saying to historians and scholars, we know better than you, simply because predecessors in our religious movement got it wrong and said that it was 607 and used this year as a basis to predict 1914 and the last days and the establishment of true worship, or the re-establishment of true worship in 1919. Because we've already sold this idea through decades of our literature, we'll stick with the 607, thank you. We know better. We know history better than those who have devoted their careers to studying it. As I explain in my video, there's no room for error here. The Neo-Babylonian period was one of the trickiest times in history for you to simply fake an event like the destruction of a major city, because the Neo-Babylonians wrote down everything on clay or cuneiform tablets so that every year is accounted for, so that we're able to categorically state that this event in fact happened in 587 BCE. So quite frankly, the governing body are lying here. Just as they lied at the beginning of the film about 617 BCE, they're lying again about 607 BCE. They need their dates to be apart from what scholars and historians are saying by 20 years, because they are so heavily invested in this 607-1914 theology. I also found it interesting in that scene, the part where Daniel says,
as long as our temple existed, our people had hope.
As long as Jehovah exists, we have hope.
I found that quite an interesting line. As long as our temple existed, our people have hope. Well, what is a temple? It's a building. This goes back to what I was saying earlier about this organization's fixation on buildings. Apparently God needs buildings. And even though Daniel's corrected by his mother here, I think that this line is a little bit deliberate, just conveying this idea that buildings are important. As long as our temple existed, our people had hope. Well, what about all the people who would have been living around that time in completely different parts of the world with completely different cultures and completely different religions, many of whom would have been living in prosperity, and they didn't have the temple, they didn't have Judaism. Are we seriously suggesting that at that particular moment in history, the only way you could have hope would be if you lived in a particular part of the world and followed a particular religion and worshipped at a particular temple? You can see how narrow-minded all of this is. It's all very Judaism-centric, isn't it? As it has to be if you're going to faithfully tell the story that's in the Bible. But manifestly, there would have been many, many peoples and cultures and nations at that time, some not prospering, some prospering, irrespective of what religion they were following. But from a Jewish perspective, it's only our way, only if you follow our religion, only if you worship at our temple, can you have hope, can you be prosperous? Doesn't that sum up the attitude of Jehovah's Witnesses? They simply cannot conceive of living a life of happiness and prosperity outside of their bubble.
I've had a dream, and I'm agitated. I need to know what I dreamed.
O king, may you live on forever. Relate the dream to your servants.
We will tell the interpretation.
No. If you don't make the dream known to me, along with the interpretation, you'll be dismembered, and your houses will be turned to public latrines. But if you do tell me the dream and the interpretation, you'll receive gifts and a reward and great honor. You've agreed to tell me something false and deceitful until the situation changes.
Deceitful?
Deceitful!
There is not a man on earth who can do what the king demands. What the king is asking is difficult. No one exists who can tell this to the king except the gods.
Arioch, seize them. Kill them! Call the wise men. Hurry. What can we do to help?
Pray. Pray that Jehovah have mercy on us. Oh, Jehovah, surely you didn't bring us here just to die. What will people say? We told them that you are the God of the heavens, the only God who can reveal secrets. Please, vindicate yourself. Jira!
Oh yes, Daniel having a profound moment there in the privacy of his room, where we can only assume he's been told the meaning of the dream by Jehovah. Jehovah has stepped in and fortunately helped Daniel solve this riddle, this biblical game of guess what's on my mind, where Nebuchadnezzar is expecting everyone to tell him what his dream was without giving them any clues, Jehovah steps in and gives Daniel the solution, which he's about to relay to Nebuchadnezzar, and thus avoid being killed along with all of Nebuchadnezzar's wise men because they've been given this impossible challenge. Of course, the dream in question is that of Daniel chapter 2, the immense image, which we're about to see depicted.
Can you really make known to me the dream that I saw and its interpretation?
There is a God in the heavens who is a revealer of secrets. And he has made known to King Nebuchadnezzar what is to happen in the final part of the days. This is your dream. You saw an immense image. That image was standing in front of you. You yourself are the head of gold. But after you, another kingdom will rise, inferior to you. Then another kingdom, a third one of copper that will rule over the whole earth. As for the fourth kingdom, it will be strong like iron. The kingdom will be divided, and as the toes of the feet were partly of iron and partly of clay, so the kingdom will be partly strong and partly fragile. In the days of those kings, the God of heaven will set up a kingdom that will never be destroyed. And this kingdom will not be passed on to any other people. It will crush and put an end to all these kingdoms. It alone will stand forever. The dream is true, and its interpretation is trustworthy.
Quick, bring a fine robe and a necklace of gold. Burn incense before him.
I've got to be honest, I quite enjoyed that depiction of the immense image of Daniel chapter 2. The Watchtower geek inside me was rejoicing to see this dream, this Bible verse brought to life so vividly. Goodness knows how much time and effort and resources went into that CGI and creating those effects, it must have been very expensive and very, very time consuming. And we can argue as to whether it was really worthwhile, I suppose. I would probably argue no, it wasn't, at least from the point of view of trying to manipulate people. As a standalone piece of art that's bringing to life a well-known vision from the Bible, as long as there are no strings attached, yes, I can enjoy that. I can enjoy it in isolation, just not when it's being used to manipulate people, in this case, into believing that Jehovah's Witnesses have knowledge of what's about to happen in the future. They actually use this immense image dream to point to Anglo-America as being a major world power that's in fulfillment of Bible prophecy. What they say is that the toes, where there's the iron mixed with clay, this symbolizes Anglo-America, and therefore we're living in the last days, because when the stone is cut from the mountain and it collides with the immense image, it collides with the toes, meaning in the time that we're living in, meaning Armageddon. Armageddon's going to destroy all of the nations, and the nations are going to be replaced by God's kingdom in the form of the paradise earth and the 1,000-year reign. So that's the spin that Jehovah's Witnesses put on this. And what most Jehovah's Witnesses don't realize is that they're not alone in pointing to this immense image and drawing fanciful conclusions about the end times and Bible prophecy. In fact, in my 607 video, I point out that William Miller, the Adventist preacher, leaned heavily on Daniel. And in fact, you can Google his chart in which he predicts the end in 1843. And what do we see prominently on that chart? If Tibor is gracious, we will see it now. There's the immense image in the top left corner. So other groups throughout history have pointed to this immense image and drawn all sorts of fanciful conclusions about when we might expect the end to come. In this case, pointing to 1843, and then later this was revised to 1844, which was the year of the Great Disappointment. William Miller was wrong. It doesn't matter whether you invoke Daniel or any number of Bible prophets or Bible verses. Ultimately, you're just selling a fantasy, a grim doomsday fantasy of the world ending and you being vindicated because you happen to be, by sheer luck, in God's one true religion. Jehovah's Witnesses are by no means alone in taking this view and in reading too much into passages from the book of Daniel, which, as I've already mentioned, is a forgery. Scholars look at this now and say, well, number one, Daniel as described here didn't exist. The character of Daniel seems to have been based on previous myths from other cultures. And number two, even if we grant that Daniel existed, how is he making all of these mistakes? How is he getting it wrong when it comes to Neo-Babylonian history? So yes, it was a wonderful scene, the scene with the immense image, but as with the rest of the Daniel drama, let's view it in a bit of context, shall we? Let's enjoy the spectacle of these incredibly elaborate and expensive visuals without buying too much into what they represent, namely this idea that Jehovah's Witnesses have unique insight and indeed clairvoyance when it comes to the unfolding of history and indeed the end of the world as we know it.
Oh my Lord, may the dream apply to those hating you, and its interpretation to your enemies. The tree that you saw, that grew great and became strong, whose top reached the heavens and was visible to all the earth, which had beautiful foliage, abundant fruit, and food for all, beneath which the beasts of the field would dwell, and on whose branches the birds of the heavens would reside. It is you, O king. And the king saw a watcher a Holy One coming down from the heavens, who was saying, "Chop down the tree and destroy it." Leave the stump with its roots in the ground, with a banding of iron and of copper, and let the dew of the heavens make it wet, and let its portion be with the beasts of the field, until 7 times pass over it. This is the interpretation, O king. It is the decree of the Most High. You will be driven away from among men, and your dwelling will be with the beasts of the field. And you will be given vegetation to eat, just like bulls. And you will become wet with the dew of the heavens. And 7 times will pass over you until you know that the Most High is ruler in the kingdom of mankind, and that he grants it to whomever he wants. But because they said to leave the stump of the tree with its roots, your kingdom will be yours again, after you come to know that the heavens are ruling. Turn away from your sins by doing what is right, and from your iniquity by showing mercy to the poor. It may be that your prosperity will be extended.
Does Belteshazzar know when this will happen?
No. But your wise men doubt that his interpretation can be trusted. Look at the facts. Egypt's gods told the Egyptians that they would defeat us.
Yet you destroyed them.
So why should the God of the Jews be given any more credit?
So we have another big budget, high production quality depiction of a Nebuchadnezzar dream, this time the dream in Daniel chapter 4, the dream of the immense tree, which of course forms the basis for Jehovah's Witness theology surrounding 607 and 1914. Again, the video I made dealing with all of this can be seen here if Tibor is gracious. And what's interesting for me is that they've devoted so much resources and so much time to showing this vision. And after showing this vision so powerfully, of course, none of this happened. Again, as I've already mentioned, the whole book of Daniel, we know, thanks to the work of scholars, is a forgery. There's no evidence at all that Nebuchadnezzar ever had a dream like this, or that his dream was interpreted for him in this way. However, what's interesting for me as a former Jehovah's Witness is that they've gone to so much effort to depict this dream, and because it's a Bible drama, and because they need to stick so closely to the Bible narrative, they can't give it the expanded interpretation that they give it almost anywhere where this dream is referenced in Jehovah's Witness literature. They have to just stick to what's in the Bible, because in the Bible it simply says all of this befell Nebuchadnezzar. In fact, let's find the verses. Daniel chapter 4 verse 28, all of this befell King Nebuchadnezzar. And further on down in verse 33, at that moment the word was fulfilled on Nebuchadnezzar. In other words, this dream about an immense tree had but one fulfillment according to Daniel chapter 4 itself, namely this period of madness that King Nebuchadnezzar supposedly went through. Again, no evidence of this actually happening It's all just a made-up work of fiction. But Jehovah's Witnesses go one step further, of course. They put words in the mouths of the Bible writers and say, no, it wasn't just this fulfillment. This had a grander fulfillment involving 2,520 years of Gentile rule, and it all points to the year 1914 as marking the beginning of the last days. It's a flawed theology. As I point out in my 607 video, it makes all sorts of presuppositions about when Jerusalem was destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar. It's based on 19th century doomsday quackery. Charles Taze Russell basically took what other crackpots of his time were already saying about this 2,520 year period that someone invented, and put his own spin on things. And because they have no imagination, because they just have to stick to the script, the Jehovah's Witness leadership, even now in the 21st century, have to stick to this interpretation of a dream that the Bible itself says had one interpretation, namely the one that's given in the scriptures. So I just find it interesting that the makers of this film are limited by their literalist approach to retelling the Bible narrative of Daniel. They're limited in sticking only to what the Bible says about Daniel chapter 4, even though they probably would really like to just put something in there alluding to this having a grander fulfillment involving future centuries and Earth's rulership by Gentile powers. They couldn't do that, because I guess, credit to them, they knew they had to stick to just what's in the Bible. But sticking to just what's in the Bible can have its drawbacks, especially if the Bible is saying something that we now know to be untrue. Take, for example, this scene where they mention Egypt.
Egypt's gods told the Egyptians that they would defeat us.
Yet you destroyed them.
Egypt's gods told the Egyptians that they would defeat us, the Babylonians, yet you, Nebuchadnezzar, destroyed them. Is that really something that happened? Is that a claim that historians can get behind? Well, we know where this claim comes from. It comes from multiple prophecies in the Bible claiming that Nebuchadnezzar would invade Egypt and take off plunder and captives from Egypt. There's just one small problem. None of that happened. It was a false prediction, multiple false predictions in multiple Bible books. I'll show you where these predictions can be found. If you go to Jeremiah 43 and verse 10, it says, "This is what Jehovah of armies, the God of Israel, has said. Here I am sending, and I will take Nebuchadrezzar, the king of Babylon, my servant, and I will place his throne right above these stones that I have hidden, and he will certainly extend his state tent over them, and he must come in and strike the land of Egypt. Whoever is due for deadly plague will be for deadly plague, and whoever is due for captivity will be for captivity, and whoever is due for the sword will be for the sword. And I will set a fire ablaze in the houses of the gods of Egypt, and he will certainly burn them and lead them captive, and wrap himself up in the land of Egypt, just as a shepherd wraps himself up in his garment, and he will actually go out from there in peace." So very emphatic prediction there from Jeremiah. I can show you another one in Ezekiel 29 verse 19. "Therefore this is what the sovereign Lord Jehovah says, here I am giving the land of Egypt to King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon, and he will carry off its wealth and take much spoil and plunder from it, and it will become wages for his army." This never happened. There is no historical record whatsoever of Nebuchadnezzar capturing Egypt, adding it to his empire, plundering it, and taking captives from Egypt. It just never happened. Nebuchadnezzar's forces defeated the Egyptians at the Battle of Carchemish. That was a military victory, but it wasn't an invasion, as described in both Ezekiel and Jeremiah. Nebuchadnezzar never added Egypt to his empire. So it's a wrong prediction. And again, because the makers of this Daniel drama are having to stick so closely to the Bible, and frankly, probably view the Bible as an authority even when it conflicts with what historians say, they cannot help but mention this in the dialogue surrounding this prediction regarding the immense tree. Even though it's kind of a known goal, if you're in the business of promoting the Bible as the Word of God, the infallible Word of God that is totally reliable and trustworthy, you don't mention things like this. You don't mention a Bible prophecy regarding Egypt and Nebuchadnezzar that just didn't come true. But again, this is what we get, I suppose, when we're dealing with deluded minds, deluded cult followers who simply cannot help but stick to the Bible narrative, even when that narrative is wrong.
This city is the jewel of the world. Look at the Ishtar Gate, the gardens, the ziggurat so high, it reaches the gods themselves.
No one would question that. It's odd that only 12 months ago, one of your servants dared to suggest that you go insane.
Is this not Babylon the Great? That I myself have built for the royal house with my own strength and might, and for the glory of my majesty.
To you it is being said, O King Nebuchadnezzar, the kingdom has gone away from you, and from mankind you are being driven away. With the beasts of the field your dwelling will be, and you will be given vegetation to eat, just like bulls. And 7 times will pass over you, until you know that the Most High is ruler in the kingdom of mankind, and that he grants it to whomever he wants.
And your wise men have failed consistently. How can you claim Daniel to be a fraud?
This was a trick. Daniel conspired against your father.
A trick? Then how did he make it happen? Everything he has said has come true, which is quite different from our history with you. My father trusted me, and I trusted you. We're all wrong. Tell me, who is this God in the heavens? Jehovah.
So yes, that takes us to the end of part 1 of Daniel, A Lifetime of Faith. We see there a depiction of Nebuchadnezzar going mad in fulfillment of the dream in Daniel chapter 4. No evidence that this actually happened, of course. There's no evidence in secular history that there was this period of 7 years, or however long 7 times is supposed to be, in which a Babylonian king was roaming around like an animal eating grass, and his kingdom was conveniently put on hold, or his rulership was conveniently put on hold. Of course, if something like that were to happen in ancient times, unquestionably a noble or one of the king's household would seize power. It's just not going to happen that for such a long period, people are just going to stand by while their king is acting all crazy and eating grass. There would be some clue in the history books. Again, the Neo-Babylonian era has more information than we really need. So much was documented about that time. No mention of this happening. So this only adds to what I was saying earlier about the book of Daniel being a forgery. It is a work of fiction, and I guess it can be enjoyed as fiction, but obviously that's not the purpose behind this Bible drama. This Bible drama is presenting the Daniel narrative as historical fact, as though these things really happened. And from that point of view, it's frustrating that an entire generation of Jehovah's Witness kids will be watching this thinking, oh wow, this totally happened. You know, the clouds swirled above Babylon and a Babylonian king went crazy because it had been prophesied by Daniel. And then at the end there you have Daniel and his associates making a dramatic entrance through the sandstorm, whereupon they're lavished with esteem and respect by whoever it is that's ruling in place of Nebuchadnezzar. So yes, again, this brings us to the end of part 1. We can look out for part 2 on the Sunday of the convention. With part 1 of the drama behind us, there's time for one more talk on the Saturday afternoon of the convention.
Put up a hard fight for the faith. Now, those are the words of Jude, the half-brother of Jesus, and it's important to consider them in their context. So let's do that. Please turn to Jude, verse 3. He says, "Beloved ones, although I was making every effort to write you about the salvation we hold in common, I found it necessary to write you to urge you to put up a hard fight for the faith." Now, Jude himself had been putting up a hard fight for the faith. Consider this. Just 3 years earlier, his own fleshly brother James was stoned to death at the order of High Priest Ananias. That was an open attack on God's people, and it must have been very painful to Jude and to others. But here's something interesting. Jude is not warning his brothers about High Priest Ananias or about persecution. He has something else in mind, a different type of attack, and this is a sneaky one. Let's look at verse 4, and we'll see why he wrote his letter. Notice the very first words, "My reason is." So this is what I have in mind when I'm writing you, brothers. My reason is that certain men have slipped in among you who were long ago appointed to this judgment by the Scriptures. So Jude is talking about false brothers who are presenting a real danger to the congregations, in some ways a greater danger than outright persecution. And did you notice what Jude said about those false brothers? They had slipped in. They were sneaky. Now, that was true back then. And it's true today, as we'll see. And brothers, this is a very serious matter that we're considering today. Think of this. Was the Christian congregation brought down by persecution in the 2nd and 3rd centuries? It wasn't. It was brought down by false brothers, apostate teachings. And so the devil can use an outright attack. He can use persecution to try to batter the structure of the Christian congregation, but sometimes he uses rot from within, a subtle means to attack us. But whatever method he uses, we have to fight. Our faith is involved, and our faith is worth fighting for. It's a gift from Jehovah. We have to hold on to it. It's a product of his Holy Spirit, so we have to put up a hard fight for our faith.
So yes, it's time to talk about that talk. David Splain, governing body member, is here giving the talk, Put Up a Hard Fight for the Faith. And by this point, many of you will know all about it because, of course, it leaked right here on the Lloyd Evans channel 7 or 8 days before it was released on jw.org. There has been much said about the video. I'm looking at my channel page now, and the live stream where we covered this for JW Watch is on 39,000 views, having streamed 2 days ago. So tens of thousands of people have already seen the spectacle of what is essentially David Splain's apostate rant. David Splain dedicates 34 minutes of the Powerful by Faith program to ranting against apostates and the media. That's what this talk is about. When he talks about putting up a hard fight for the faith, he's talking about fighting apostates and fighting the media, who are apparently hell-bent on, I don't know, the annihilation of Jehovah's Witnesses. You tell me. But it's interesting that he can't even get through his introductory comments without resorting to misrepresentation and efforts at manipulation and scaremongering. Take, for example, where he says,
Notice what Jude said about those false brothers? They had slipped in. They were sneaky. Well, that was true back then, and it's true today.
Yes, apostates are sneaky, apparently. They sneak around. They're cowards. Why don't they just come out into the light and be open about who they are? He's obviously completely overlooking the fact that everything is against someone who becomes an apostate. In other words, someone who stops believing the Jehovah's Witness religion. How can they be open? How can they walk into their kingdom hall and say, you know what, I don't think this religion's true anymore. Can we talk about this? Does anyone have any good arguments? Am I on the wrong path here? How can you do that as a Jehovah's Witness with this threat of shunning hanging over you? There's a reason why apostates are, quote, sneaky. And by the way, I don't think that's actually an accurate way of describing all apostates. I'm certainly not sneaky. I'm quite open about the fact that I'm an apostate. I know lots of people don't like the word apostate because of all of the negative connotations and stigmatization that David Splain and his colleagues attach to the word apostate. But for me, being an apostate is something that you need to do. If you find out that your religion is wrong and indeed abusive, apostate, according to the dictionary, simply means someone who leaves their religion. If you find out that your religion is false, if you genuinely believe that you've been misled by your religion, why would you want to stay in it? Of course you'd want to get out of it. But the problem is, the Jehovah's Witness religion doesn't let you get out, doesn't let you leave gracefully without crushing penalties. And that's why in some instances, yes, people do need to be sneaky, especially if they've got loved ones inside and they've woken up and realized that they're all being lied to, that everything that they've been led to believe for years or decades was a lie. They can't just walk into the Kingdom Hall and say, you know what, I don't believe this anymore. I'm happy to be friends with you all, but I'm peacing out here. There will be crushing penalties. So it's disingenuous in the extreme for David Splain to be characterizing apostates as sneaky, as he will do again in this talk, by the way. He also says,
and so the devil can use an outright attack. He can use persecution to try to batter the structure of the Christian congregation. But sometimes he uses rot from within.
Sometimes the devil uses rot from within. Apostates are rot. If you disagree with David Splain as a Jehovah's Witness, if you find yourself no longer being able to go along with what he's teaching, with the organization's policies, including policies that put children in harm's way, if you stop lavishing this man with the respect and adoration he craves, you are rot. Already the ad hominem is flowing. Already we're getting the insults. This is just blatant manipulation and stigmatization of anyone who disagrees with David Splain's authority.
So in this talk, we're not going to discuss persecution. We're going to discuss two of the subtle means Satan uses to weaken our faith: apostasy and negative reports about Jehovah's Witnesses in the media. So first, let's talk about apostasy, and we'll call it spiritual poison. Now think about poison. What's the best way to avoid being poisoned? Well, we have to recognize poison when we see it and then avoid it. And the same principle applies to teachings that could destroy our faith. And that's not always easy. Now, not many of our brothers and sisters would deliberately get involved with apostates, but it could happen without our realizing it. You know, we receive letters at times from brothers and sisters who are troubled by something they saw on a web page, an accusation, a rumor about the society or about the organization. And the problem is, they had no idea that apostates were behind it. It's tricky, because the apostates don't advertise, "You are now on an apostate web page." They often pose as sincere witnesses who just have questions or concerns. And some who aren't really apostates can cause just as much trouble as the apostates do by their negative talk and criticism. Brothers, we need to be on the alert. This is serious. Suppose that, out of curiosity, you get into a discussion forum with individuals who claim to be Jehovah's Witnesses. Now, maybe they are, and maybe they aren't. You don't know. You've never met them. And someone starts asking questions. What did you think of last month's broadcast? Did you really find it encouraging? Or do you think the brothers who write Watchtower articles are living in the real world? I wonder if they realize just how hard it is out here. And then a few others join in with their own negative comments. Now, you don't know whether these individuals are apostates or just brothers and sisters who are in serious spiritual trouble. But does it matter? How does it make you feel? When you leave the forum, do you feel upbuilt? Determined to expand your ministry? More convinced than ever that Jehovah has an organization that you love and that you're delighted to be a part of. You feel honored to be a part of that organization. Or does the experience leave you sad, uneasy, uncomfortable?
And there we have a direct appeal to emotion. It doesn't matter whether it's a valid criticism of Jehovah's Witnesses. How does it make you feel? If it makes you feel uneasy, if it makes you feel dispirited about your Jehovah's Witness beliefs, then it's not worth paying any attention to. You should avoid it. In fact, it's not just that you should avoid it. You should view it as spiritual poison.
So first, let's talk about apostasy, and we'll call it spiritual poison.
So we've already had in this talk apostates referred to as sneaky. We've had apostates referred to as rot. And now we're having apostasy referred to as spiritual poison. Do you get the feeling this isn't a religion that handles criticism all that well? That's the overriding feeling I'm getting here. And hopefully I'm not alone here. Hopefully even believing Jehovah's Witnesses will be watching this thinking, what is it with this religion and its seeming inability to deal with even the slightest, mildest criticism? I mean, you think of the examples David Splain was giving there of people saying less than flattering things about JW Broadcasting or suggesting that the writers of Watchtower articles might not be fully living in the real world. These are really mild criticisms of the organization compared to what we can say about things like child abuse and blood transfusions and domestic violence. He's picking some real softballs, and apparently even this really, really mild criticism of the organization is poison, is something that people should absolutely avoid as a matter of life or death. And going back to this whole thing about apostates being really sneaky, he says,
It's tricky, because the apostates don't advertise you are now on an apostate webpage. They often pose as sincere witnesses who just have questions or concerns.
Ladies and gentlemen, behold my book, which, as you can see, is literally titled The Reluctant Apostate in huge letters on the front. And in case you're saying, yes, but that's a book, that's not a website. Well, I have a website as well with the same title. Reluctantapostate.co is the website that accompanies this book. So how on earth I can be accused of being sneaky, of not being open about the fact that I'm an apostate? And also, if you go on YouTube, you'll quite often find that people will put XJW in the description or in the channel name when it comes to their videos. They're not suggesting when they make their videos that they are believing Jehovah's Witnesses who just have doubts. Pretty much every XJW channel I can think of is very open right out of the gate when it comes to their standing, whether they're disfellowshipped or disassociated or still inside as perhaps faders, because you sometimes get YouTubers who have to hide their identity. I just feel David Splain is openly misleading his audience here and trying to manufacture this bogeyman who doesn't really exist. I mean, apostates simply aren't sneaking around in the way he suggests. If anything, there's quite some defeatism when it comes to actual apostates when they get out, when they wake up from their Jehovah's Witness indoctrination. They kind of realize almost straight away that it's almost impossible to just wake up their friends and relatives by approaching them and saying, oh, by the way, did you know that we were all lied to? Did you know that this is a false religion? In fact, it's a cult, and I'm prepared to give you all the reasons why. They know how their friends and loved ones are going to react when they try confronting them with apostate information. So actually, in most cases, I would even argue the vast majority of cases, former Jehovah's Witnesses just sort of surrender to the idea that their friends and relatives can't be salvaged, and they go off and they do their thing. Now, when people like myself don't do that, when we do produce content, we're making it available for people when they're ready to look at it, and we're making it very clear what our position is. At least I know I am. I make it very clear in almost every video. I mean, I'm not going to just repeat the same spiel at the beginning of every video. Hello, I'm Lloyd Evans, and I'm a former Jehovah's Witness, and I identify as an apostate. But it should be clear to any Jehovah's Witness who stumbles on my channel and spends any amount of time watching my videos exactly where I'm coming from. They should be able to figure out very quickly that I'm not pretending to be a Jehovah's Witness. So I guess we're left with the question, why does David Splain need to lie? Why does he need to entirely mischaracterize apostates and mislead Jehovah's Witnesses with these sweeping generalizations about apostates sneaking around? Again, those that do sneak around have a reason to be sneaky, have a reason to stay below the radar. It's because David Splain and his colleagues have manufactured an environment in which, if they are open about their lack of beliefs, there will be crushing penalties.
Now, someone might say, I need to get involved in that forum so I can help those people. They shouldn't be together. Even if they aren't apostates, they're not good for one another. Staying in that forum to help someone is like holding his hand while he drinks poison and then having some yourself so he doesn't have to drink alone. We need to follow the advice recorded at Romans chapter 16 and verse 17. Now think of this imaginary forum that we just described in the light of Romans chapter 16 and verse 17. Now remember, there's all kinds of negative talk flying around in this forum. You don't know who's behind it. And here's what it says in Romans 16, verse 17. Now I urge you, brothers, to keep your eye on those who create divisions and causes for stumbling, contrary to the teaching that you have learned, and avoid them. Now think about that forum. Does it create divisions? Yes. Is it a cause for stumbling? Could be. Is it contrary to what we have learned? Do we even have to answer that question? Now, whether it's intended or not, the effect will be to weaken our faith. So what do we do? What does Paul tell us to do here at the end of verse 17? He says, avoid them. Now, I'd like to say a kind word to some who may be involved in discussion forums. You may like to use this medium to blow off steam, so to speak. Maybe there are little things in the congregation that are happening that you wonder about, or decisions the elders have made that you wonder about, and so you get involved in the forum and you blow off steam, and after that you feel better. But what about others in the forum? How do they feel? Wouldn't you feel awful if negative comments you made were responsible for someone leaving the truth? I know you wouldn't want that to happen. So please, please, be careful about what you say. Now, another person might say, well, I can see where those warnings about apostates apply to so-and-so. He's weak, but don't worry about me. I'm spiritually strong. I can handle it. That's like a weightlifter, thinking that he can drink a vial of poison and it won't hurt him because he's so big and strong. We are not so strong, so spiritual, so intelligent, that we can't be affected by the poison of apostate ideas.
There we go again with the insults. Apostates are poisonous. Apostates are rot. Apparently David Splain can't make his arguments without resorting to ad hominem and slurs. But it seems he's really terrified of this idea of JW discussion forums. In my experience, they do seem to be a thing. I'm thinking of one forum in particular, JW Talk, which is heavily pro-Jehovah's Witnesses. If you try and do what he's suggesting here and speak negatively against the organization, the mods are going to throw you off pretty quickly. They're kind of paranoid, as far as I know, when it comes to making sure that everyone on the forum is a Jehovah's Witness. But it seems that David Splain, because he is a power-crazed narcissist, just can't handle the idea of there being any environment beyond his control where people can talk about him or his colleagues. He just wants to be able to control everything, doesn't he? So he's terrified of even forums that are pro-JW, because how can he exert any influence there? He wants them to disband. He wants the only forums or the only environments for talking about Jehovah's Witnesses, for talking about the governing body and what they're doing, to be somehow controllable by him, somehow within his sphere of influence. And this, for me, speaks to the narcissism and arrogance of this man. I also find it interesting where he dismisses the idea of someone challenging an apostate idea because they're spiritually strong. He says,
now, another person might say, well, I can see where those warnings about apostates apply to so-and-so. He's weak, but don't worry about me. I'm spiritually strong. I can handle it. That's like a weightlifter, thinking that he can drink a vial of poison and it won't hurt him because he's so big and strong. We are not so strong, so spiritual, so intelligent, that we can't be affected by the poison of apostate ideas.
If you think about it, this is a perfect example of cult-like black and white thinking. We're not talking about vials of poison, David Splain. We're talking about ideas. We're talking about genuine concerns. We're talking about arguments against your authority. And according to what you've just said there, everything's poison if it's not lavishing you with praise and respect. It's poison if it's a criticism of the organization, even if it's a valid criticism. What does it say about this organization if they are so terrified of even the slightest murmuring, even the slightest negative talk against the leadership, that they're likening it to something that can literally kill you? I don't accept that analogy. The analogy does not hold. You will not be killed purely because you are listening to what someone's argument is against your religion. If you're just going to block out any negative talk against your religion, what does that say about the strength of your faith? Does it not indicate that your faith is incredibly fragile and can be destroyed if you subject it to the mildest scrutiny? And isn't it hypocritical coming from an organization that literally goes round telling people you need to leave your religion and join ours? And by the way, here are all our criticisms against your religious beliefs. So they're expecting everyone they meet in the ministry to criticize and apply scrutiny to their religious beliefs. But when it comes to Jehovah's Witnesses, they can't allow even the slightest scrutiny, even the slightest criticism, because apparently this would be like drinking poison.
Now, when might we feel pressured to read something that the apostates have written? Consider this scenario. The unbelieving husband of your Bible student sends his wife a link to an apostate web page and says, "Here, you better look at this and see what you're getting into." Well, your student is concerned, and she wants you to take a look and tell her what you think. Well, that's not an option. Paul says, avoid them. That doesn't mean reading apostate literature or searching social media to see what they're saying about us. So what do you say to your student? You might say something like this. I can imagine that this is very upsetting for you, and you certainly do need to know what you're getting into. I have a suggestion. We have nothing to hide. When you're at the meetings, listen carefully to what the brothers are saying. Watch how we interact with one another. Take note of how the organization is financed. Get to know the elders, their wives. Introduce yourself to the circuit overseer and his wife when they come. Visit world headquarters of the branch. I'll come with you. I'll help you. And I want you to get really acquainted with the organization. And if you do, I'm sure you'll soon realize that what the people are saying about us isn't true. Well, maybe you can think of a better answer, but you get the idea.
I can think of a better answer, David Splain. My answer would be, let's look at what the arguments are against my religion, because I know that my religion is God's one and only true religion on earth. I wouldn't be trying to persuade you to join if I wasn't 100% confident that I have the truth. If I have the truth, it should stand up to whatever arguments are leveled against it. So yes, I'll gladly look at that email. I'll gladly click on that link. I'll gladly look at whatever arguments are being leveled against my religion, because I know that they must be wrong, and I'm willing to prove to you that they're wrong. I think that's a far more satisfying and honest answer than what David Splain's suggesting, which amounts to just stick your head in the sand. I love the bit at the end there where he says,
I'm sure you'll soon realize that what the people are saying about us isn't true.
I'm sure you'll soon realize that what the people are saying about us isn't true. How can you be sure that they'll reach that realization if you're not even listening to what the people are saying about Jehovah's Witnesses. It makes no sense whatsoever. You're just giving a blanket dismissal and saying, oh, whatever it is, it must just be a lie. And I'm sure that I can prove to you that this specific argument, which I can't be bothered looking at, must be wrong if you'll only come to the Kingdom Hall and, what was it?
When you're at the meetings, listen carefully to what the brothers are saying. Watch how we interact with one another. Take note of how the organization is financed.
Take note of how the organization is financed? What does that have to do with anything? And furthermore, no one knows how the organization is financed because there's no transparency. When was the last time this organization told us how much money they have? How much money they're bringing in? How much money they're spending on settling child abuse lawsuits, which we'll get to in this video, by the way. There's zero transparency. Is he talking about where they read the congregation accounts and say how much money was spent on gas or electricity or on toilet paper? How is that sort of information going to refute or debunk an apostate argument that's being sent in an email? What does that have to do with anything? It's a deeply unsatisfying answer, but it's the only answer David Splane can come up with because he's a power-mad narcissist who just doesn't want his followers to listen to anything that in any way criticizes his organization.
Just a few drops of poison in a drink are enough to cause serious harm. And apostates often mix a few truths with lies. Do you remember Eliphaz, one of Job's false comforters? Some of what he said was true. Let's turn to Job chapter 5 and verse 13. He catches the wise in their own cunning, so that the plans of the shrewd are thwarted. He catches the wise in their own cunning. Does that sound familiar? Why, yes. The Apostle Paul said the very same thing at 1 Corinthians 3:19. In fact, in the marginal reference, we see in the little a in the middle there, 1 Corinthians 3:19. Paul may even have been quoting Eliphaz. So that was the truth. But how did Jehovah feel about Eliphaz's argument overall? Let's turn to Job 42, verse 7, and see how Jehovah felt about it. After Jehovah had spoken these words to Job, Jehovah said to Eliphaz the Temanite, "My anger burns against you and your two companions, for you have not spoken the truth about me, as my servant Job has." A few grains of truth were mixed in with falsehoods, and at least some of what Eliphaz said was inspired by the demons. How do we know that? He admitted it. Notice Job 4. Verses 15 through 17. Eliphaz says, "A spirit passed over my face. The hair of my flesh bristled. It then stood still. But I did not recognize its appearance." Let's stop there for a second. I did not recognize its appearance. So he didn't know whom he was talking to, just like someone in a discussion forum may not know whom he is talking to. Let's continue. He says, "A form was in front of my eyes. There was a calm. And then I heard a voice. Can a mortal man be more righteous than God? Can a man be cleaner than his own maker?" Does it surprise you that a demon will get involved in the debate between Job and the false comforters? It shouldn't. This was no small debate. It was a big issue. Satan had challenged Jehovah in the presence of all the angels that no man would keep his integrity under test. That demon was using Eliphaz to demoralize Job and weaken his faith. This was something that Job had to fight for, and Job fought back.
When I was initially doing my prep for this rebuttal, I was debating leaving out this entire stuff about Job, which I consider to be quite tedious and not as interesting as essentially the rest of the talk. It is, after all, a 34-minute talk, And I wanted to basically save as much time as possible and spare you as much as possible anything in this talk that might be a bit tedious. But after discussing this part of the talk in the JW Watch episode with my colleagues, again, the episode's gone on to accumulate tens of thousands of views, I now see this part of the talk as, in many ways, just as interesting as the rest of the talk. He's appealing to the story of Job as an example of why it's important to completely block out whatever claims, whatever arguments apostates are coming up with. He's saying, just as Eliphaz, one of Job's comforters, was saying things that were mostly true but with some lies mixed in, apostates can do the exact same thing.
Just a few drops of poison in a drink are enough to cause serious harm. And apostates often mix a few truths with lies.
Apostates often mix a few truths with lies. That is a sweeping statement. It's a generalization. If you're going to make that sort of claim, what you really need to do is give an example. And yet, nowhere in this talk, despite him devoting 34 minutes to talking about apostates and the media, nowhere does he give an actual argument against the organization. And isn't that telling? The fact that he refuses to give any examples at all, even in this instance, where he's saying, well, apostates mix in lies with truths. Well, if that's the case, there should be any number of examples for him to draw upon where he can say, look, this apostate, for example, says this, and notice this lie. I'm now going to prove to you that it's a lie as just one example of how they're doing this. Imagine how compelling that would be. Of course, he could cherry pick just one example and use that disingenuously to infer that everything that apostates say are similarly laced with lies, but at least it would be one example. David Splain is such a coward and such a charlatan that he can't even come up with one example of apostates lying. Meanwhile, here on my channel, I am routinely uncovering examples of this organization lying to its followers. I've even produced a video on theocratic warfare, thumbnail will appear here if Tibor is gracious, showing 4 examples of Watchtower representatives lying on video. This is an organization that says it's okay to lie sometimes because the ends justify the means. This is war. We're in a war against Satan, and sometimes in war, you've got to loosen up a little bit with your morals. Sometimes you've got to tell a few porcupines. That's the sort of organization we're dealing with. And they have the gall to point to apostates and say that apostates are the ones who are lying. Again, without showing a single example. Then we have the irony of David Splain pointing to a Bible example of a worshipper of God being tested in a talk where he's essentially telling Jehovah's Witnesses that they shouldn't allow their faith to be tested. Think about what that whole Job story was about. As David Splain himself says,
this was no small debate. It was a big issue. Satan had challenged Jehovah in the presence of all the angels that no man would keep his integrity under test.
No man would keep his integrity under test. The whole point, apparently, of Job's comforters was that they were testing Job. Job went through that test and he prevailed. And yet David Splain is invoking Job in arguing that Jehovah's Witnesses are too fragile to ever be tested. In other words, if David Splain's logic were applied to Job, there wouldn't have been a story there wouldn't have been any comforters. Job would have sat through the whole thing with his hands over his ears just going, la, 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 I can't hear you. Wouldn't have made for a very good story, would it? How ironic, if you think about it, that even the Bible verse that David Splain is cherry-picking in support of his arguments doesn't really support his arguments, because it's telling the story of someone who is willing to listen to claims against his faith. Someone who is willing to listen to negative talk. Someone who is willing to sift truth from lies, to entertain a claim and decide for himself whether it's true or not, and decide for himself to what extent it will impact his faith. That's what the whole story of Job is about, and David Splain apparently misses this irony entirely.
Apostates are more active in some places than they are in others. So if there's a lot of apostate activity in your area, people in the territory may be listening, and they may challenge you when you meet them in the ministry. So how should you handle it? Don't try to argue with the apostates. Don't read their comments. Ask the elders or other experienced publishers for suggestions on how to answer the householders. Well, how poisonous are apostate teachings? Let's find out as we watch the following video.
When I was in my 40s, I was divorced. I had 3 younger kids at home. I was working 3 jobs, and I had drifted away from the congregation. I had an acquaintance who was telling me that I was in a cult and that I needed to look at some information that he had.
When I was about 30 years old, a fellow employee saw that I was one of Jehovah's Witnesses and was trying to access jw.org. He told me about someone he knew in another country who could prove to me that Jehovah's Witnesses didn't have the truth. That made me curious, and little by little I was persuaded to look at apostate material.
So I was born and raised in the truth, chose to dedicate myself to Jehovah at the age of 16. But I began to associate with people who had either formerly been associated with the truth or were very loosely associated with Jehovah and his organization. And that's really where the apostasy began to take root.
As I was reading this literature, I saw through it to an extent. But when you're drifting away, you're looking for a reason not to believe.
I began to feed my mind with different philosophies, different ideas, even studied different religions. And, you know, I told myself that I was doing that academically, but it started to influence the way that I thought and felt about things. Eventually, the elders reached out to me. I was very combative with those brothers. I even made the accusation that Noah's Ark was a fairy tale, that was part of mythology.
Oh no, imagine saying that the story of Noah is mythology. Imagine taking the mainstream view of scholars, of historians, of geologists in suggesting that there never was a global flood where even the top of Everest was submerged. Imagine suggesting it's impossible for 6.5 million species of land-dwelling animal to be crammed into a wooden box so that these animals can survive and repopulate the earth. What was this man thinking in suggesting that this story is a myth? So obviously we're here getting 3 testimonials from people, from Jehovah's Witnesses, who've apparently dabbled in apostasy. As I said in the JW Watch live stream, I try very hard not to be guilty of what's called the no true Scotsman fallacy, because what's essentially being presented here are examples of apostates or people who, again, dabbled in apostasy, but were retrieved. And if I were to appeal to the straw man fallacy, I would say something like, well, they weren't really apostates because they only went so far in their research. They didn't see the information that totally debunks Jehovah's Witness beliefs. They didn't see the most damning arguments against the religion. So these aren't true apostates that are being depicted. I'm not going to make that argument. All I will say is that it's obviously easy when you've been raised in the Jehovah's Witness religion with its extremely potent indoctrination to hold on to your indoctrination despite having information shown to you that debunks your beliefs. Doing the research is a long process and a soul-searching process, and something where you really have to leave no stone unturned and pursue answers, all the while sort of fearing annihilation in case you're getting it wrong, in case you're falling for satanic lies. And what we're seeing here seems to me to be a case of people with pre-existing indoctrination into the Jehovah's Witness faith that they never really shake off. So I can't help but be a little bit skeptical, even though, again, I'm trying not to fall back on the no true Scotsman fallacy. I can't help but be a little bit skeptical as to just how much apostate information these people were subjected to, especially when they're not giving us any examples. The only example we've heard in just these opening minutes is this thing about Noah's flood, and the fact that this guy dared to suggest to the elders that it's a myth, which it is. We're not hearing anything about child sex abuse cover-ups. We're not hearing anything about human rights and shunning. We're not hearing anything about blood transfusions. We're not hearing anything about Ray Franz or Mexico Malawi. There are no examples to go off. So I think it's reasonable to suggest that these aren't really very good examples. Or put another way, if the organization wanted to make a video like this, it would find no shortage of examples of Jehovah's Witnesses who dabbled a little bit in apostate websites, in apostate videos or discussion forums, or having conversations with work colleagues along apostate lines, but whose indoctrination won through, because it is incredibly potent indoctrination. You don't just shake it off after a couple of minutes on an apostate website, or after a couple of minutes of reading apostate literature. Which brings me to this story of Betty Sullivan. I found it interesting where Betty said,
as I was reading this literature, I saw through it to an extent. But when you're drifting away, you're looking for a reason not to believe.
when you're drifting away, you're looking for a reason not to believe. I think there's some truth in that, but I also think the opposite is true, that if you're in the Jehovah's Witness religion and you're plagued with doubts and cognitive dissonance, you could go to a meeting, or you could go to, in this case, the Powerful by Faith convention, looking for reasons to believe in your religion. So in other words, it swings both ways. I agree that for some people, they may start deviating from the Jehovah's Witness religion over something that has nothing to do at all with child abuse cover-ups, or with shunning, or with blood transfusions, or with Raymond Franz. It could be something as relatively trivial as an elder upsetting them in some way, and they start to look for reasons to walk away from the whole thing, perhaps because they're just exhausted. Now, there are far better reasons to get out of the Jehovah's Witness religion than simply being exhausted at how frenetic it is, at how your life is micromanaged, at all the pressure to continually give of yourself. There are far better reasons, namely the fact that the religion fundamentally isn't true and is in fact even abusive. But I take that point that to begin with, you could just be looking for reasons to not believe. I just think it's fairly obvious that the same applies on the other side. If you're a Jehovah's Witness and you do have doubts, and you're starting to see that this isn't what it appears. You're starting to be concerned about the levels of control and the pressure that you're under. You could be going to events like the Powerful by Faith Convention, determined to find reasons to stay faithful, even though they may be bad reasons.
Those apostate doubts that I was reading kept going deeper and deeper into my heart. I stopped reading the publications. I stopped going to the meetings. And as a result, my spiritual routine was dead. So I thought I'd try to find truth elsewhere, and I looked for something out there that was in accord with what I knew the Bible taught. But I couldn't find anything.
Well, one Sunday morning, I rode by the Kingdom Hall, and I said to myself, oh, they're all in there waiting for Armageddon. Immediately, when I thought that thought, I said to myself, well, at least they feel good about themselves. How do you feel? And the answer was, I felt terrible.
Eventually, skillful use of the scriptures and just reasoning with me, the elders, it got me to realize that I had been carried off, or that I had been taken captive by human philosophy, by the deceptions and this empty reasoning of men.
I actually said a prayer. I supplicated Jehovah that he would really show me the way to the truth. And he took away this feeling of emptiness, spiritually speaking.
I realized that relationship with Jehovah, that's our most precious possession. I had to get back.
I started to study the Bible with sincerity. I wanted it to affect my mind and my heart, and I wanted it to affect change in my behavior. Now, as I did that, I felt Jehovah blessing those efforts. He began to help me to rebuild that relationship with him.
So I began to use Jehovah's name. Speaking about Jehovah became a wonderful joy and a great pleasure to me. And the result was that my ministry was very productive. And it's an amazing joy to be able to help someone come to love Jehovah.
I was just so happy to be back under Jehovah's wings and have that peace of mind. How loving Jehovah is. He wants to help us. And what better helper could we have? He's the best in the universe.
Well, if you say so, Betty. But that's the end. That's it. That's the video that David Splain is showing in his 34-minute talk about apostates and the media. We've there been introduced to 3 different people, 3 different stories, supposedly showing how poisonous apostate ideas are, even though we haven't actually heard any apostate ideas or any apostate arguments. We've just heard that thing about Noah's flood. In the entire talk, all we've heard as a possible example of a criticism against the organization or its teachings or beliefs is the Noah's flood thing, and what David Splain was saying earlier about hypothetically someone criticizing a JW Broadcasting episode or suggesting that the writers of the Watchtower magazines are out of touch. That's all we've heard so far in this talk. And here we have 3 people who are sharing their stories on camera. And interestingly, David Splain doesn't have a thing to say about these stories. I mean, you watch the video unedited, you'll see that these testimonials end and David Splain just barrels right on with his talk without mentioning anything about the stories, which is quite a departure from how these talks traditionally go. As we've seen in this convention, usually when you have a video shown, the speaker will say, did you notice, and bring out some point from what was just seen by the audience in the video. David Splain isn't apparently that interested in these people or their stories. He's on a mission, and that mission is to terrify Jehovah's Witnesses into avoiding any criticisms of his organization or his authority. But even if he's not interested in talking about these stories and testimonials, I am. And I found it interesting where one of those chaps said,
so I thought I'd try to find truth elsewhere, and I looked for something out there that was in accord with what I knew the Bible taught. But I couldn't find anything.
I looked for something out there that was in accord with what I knew the Bible taught. This kind of supports what I was saying earlier about these people not really being representative of apostates or people who are truly immersed in apostate claims and arguments and evidence against the organization. He's looking for a religion that teaches what Jehovah's Witnesses teach while not being the Jehovah's Witness religion. He's falling back on his indoctrination. He's saying, okay, Jehovah's Witnesses can't be true, but maybe there's another organization that uses Jehovah's name, is preaching all over the world, and fulfilling all of these other criteria that I've been indoctrinated since childhood into thinking a religion must meet in order to be considered God's one true religion. So was it really a fair test if he was just presupposing his indoctrination, the beliefs that he was indoctrinated with, to be true beliefs? Was he even really an apostate? I would argue that manifestly this was someone who couldn't shake free from their Jehovah's Witness beliefs. Yes, he may have dabbled a little bit in science, in a little bit of critical thinking, but ultimately, if he's not willing to do the legwork, if he's not willing to exert genuine effort, genuine sincere effort in scrutinizing his beliefs objectively, of course he's just going to fall back on his indoctrination. I also found that part interesting where apparently we're led to believe that elders have some amazing apostate-proof powers and are able to skillfully use the Bible to overturn apostate ideas.
Eventually, skillful use of the scriptures and just reasoning with me, the elders, it got me to realize that I had been carried off, or that I had been taken captive by human philosophy, by the deceptions and this empty reasoning of men.
This part for me is disingenuous in how it's used. We're getting the message here that, again, elders have these special anti-apostate powers. And if you go to elders with the claims and arguments of apostates, they'll be able to skillfully leaf through their Bibles and overturn anything that's put to them. I mean, you can try that if you like. I would suggest the elders are completely clueless when it comes to the real arguments that apostates have against the organization. Again, I suppose if you're holding a candle to Jehovah's Witness beliefs and you want elders to persuade you, you're going to find a reason to find their thoughts and their reasonings persuasive. But ultimately, I hate to break it to you folks, elders are pretty clueless on most of the arguments that apostates make. And I say this as someone who used to be an elder. Indeed, I went through the ministerial training school. I was a servant for goodness knows how many years. I think 10 years. And then I was an elder for a year. And during the time that I was an elder, I was completely clueless regarding the Mexico-Malawi scandal, the UN NGO scandal, the child abuse cover-up. There were loads of things that I didn't have a clue about. It may sound weird, but I know the Jehovah's Witness religion better now that I'm out of it than I did when I was an elder. If, as an elder, someone had come to me with the actual apostate claims and arguments, none of which we're hearing in this talk, I would have been completely stumped. I wouldn't have had a clue where to begin. I'm sure I would have tried to mount some kind of rebuttal to in some way defend my beliefs, but I really would have been very ill-equipped to deal with apostate arguments, especially falling back solely on the Bible. Because as I've routinely argued on this channel, as an atheist, as someone who actually no longer considers the Bible to be God's infallible word, it turns out that the Bible itself refutes many Jehovah's Witness beliefs. Or put another way, lots of Jehovah's Witness beliefs don't actually have any basis in the Bible. It's just that Bible verses are twisted and shoehorned into supporting a pre-existing narrative that the organization wants to sell.
Now, let's consider the second challenge we face: negative reports about Jehovah's Witnesses in the media. Now, here's a good principle to follow. Proverbs 14 and verse 15. It says, "The naive person believes every word, but the shrewd one ponders each step." Some people believe everything they read in the newspaper or see on TV. Do you? Should you? Consider this. Now, you're working from door to door, and you meet a householder who says, "You Jehovah's Witnesses are terrible people. You let your children die. You don't accept medical treatment." Well, you ask the householder, "Do you know any of Jehovah's Witnesses personally?" "No." "Then where did you get the idea that we let our children die and don't accept medical treatment?" The householder says, "I have it on good authority. I read it in the newspaper." Well, if it's in the newspaper, it must be true, right? Not necessarily. Remember this: reporters have a deadline to meet, and a reporter may not have the time or the inclination to check the facts. Or the reporter may have written a balanced article, but then the editor changes it. Maybe the editor doesn't like Jehovah's Witnesses, or he's been misinformed about us. Now, it's bad enough if people in the world believe everything they read in the newspaper, but brothers, let's not be among them. Let's not be naive. Let's consider things carefully. Similarly, sometimes there's a TV program about Jehovah's Witnesses. Now, a few of these programs are balanced and fair. Many, or I dare say most, are not. And when they're not, you'll often find that the producers started out with a negative view of Jehovah's Witnesses, and then they looked for information to support their prejudice. So, whom did they turn to? Apostates and the clergy. From them, they got suggestions for people to interview, and we know what those people would say. At the very last minute, they may ask the brothers for comment just to give an appearance of fairness, but the program wasn't designed to be fair. It was designed to be unfair. It was slanted against Jehovah's Witnesses.
This is just the David Splain version of Donald Trump jumping up and down crying fake news, isn't it? Apparently, if there's anything negative in the media, if there's any show, any documentary, any news piece that has anything negative to say about the organization or presents Jehovah's Witnesses in a remotely negative light, ignore it. It must be fake. It's only going to be truthful, conveniently for David, if it portrays Jehovah's Witnesses in a favorable light. Well, why don't you give us some examples, David? Why don't you give us an example of a show, of a documentary that is fake news or that does say things about Jehovah's Witnesses that are untrue, in your opinion, and let's be the judge ourselves as to whether your claims are valid. Why don't you dignify Jehovah's Witnesses with figuring this out for themselves instead of talking down to them in this incredibly patronizing way, suggesting that Jehovah's Witnesses aren't capable of sorting fact from fiction?
Some people believe everything they read in the newspaper or see on TV. Do you? Should you? Now, it's bad enough if people in the world believe everything they read in the newspaper, but brothers, let's not be among them. Let's not be naive.
It's ironic, if you think about it, that this is exactly the sort of gullibility that David Splain and his colleagues want Jehovah's Witnesses to have whenever they're reading Jehovah's Witness publications. If a Jehovah's Witness is on jw.org, or watching a JW Broadcasting episode, or reading a Watchtower magazine, they are to unquestioningly believe anything that's said to them. They are to take as fact anything that's said. Apparently, it's only when they're reading the newspaper or only when they're watching the news, or only when they're watching a documentary about Jehovah's Witnesses, that they get to start using critical thinking skills, that they need to be suspicious as to whether the information is accurate or not. And honestly, we're seeing evidence in this very talk that there is reasonable basis for suspicion when it comes to Jehovah's Witnesses reviewing the information given to them by their leaders. David Splain here is giving a bad argument, or is raising an argument against Jehovah's Witnesses that's actually valid, and spinning it as though it's somehow a lie.
Now, you're working from door to door, and you meet a householder who says, "You Jehovah's Witnesses are terrible people. You let your children die. You don't accept medical treatment." Well, you ask the householder, "Do you know any of Jehovah's Witnesses personally?" "No." "Then where did you get the idea that we let our children die and don't accept medical treatment?"
If you're a Jehovah's Witness watching this, I have to ask you the question, is it not a valid argument you let your children die? Of course it is. Obviously, we're talking here about blood transfusions. And if a Jehovah's Witness child needs a blood transfusion, or else they're going to die, Jehovah's Witness parents are expected to let them die unless the courts intervene. We even had, not so long ago, the story of Jared Scepter on a JW Broadcasting episode. I made a video about it. A thumbnail will be here if Tibor is gracious. Jehovah's Witnesses know that this is how it works. If you are a child of Jehovah's Witness parents, you will be expected to die, to martyr yourself, if a blood transfusion is the only way of saving your life. That's, in essence, what this argument is. And yet David Splain is presenting it as though it's misleading, as though it's in some way a false argument. Same thing with "you don't accept medical treatment." Clearly this is talking about blood transfusions. So if you were a Jehovah's Witness and you were confronted with this argument, you'd know that this is what the householder is talking about. You'd know that they're talking about blood transfusions, and that when it comes to letting children die, that is true. And when it comes to refusing medicine, if that medicine is a blood transfusion, that is also true. What's happening here is David Splain is constructing a straw man argument where certain words are left out, and the argument against Jehovah's Witnesses is made to sound more sensationalist, slightly more sensationalist than the truth of the matter. And having constructed this exaggerated scenario, he's essentially turning around to Jehovah's Witnesses and laying the blame on apostates and the media, even though the basis of the argument, even though it was poorly worded, the basis of the argument is valid. And he doesn't even try to address that argument. He doesn't even try to explain why it's right that Jehovah's Witness parents, like the parents of Jared Scepter, let their children die. He doesn't even try to explain how it can be that Jehovah's Witnesses should be pressured to refuse certain types of medical treatment to the point where you can be disassociated as one of Jehovah's Witnesses if you willfully and unrepentantly, I'm quoting from the Shepherd book, by the way, if you willfully and unrepentantly accept a blood transfusion. There's a penalty attached to accepting some forms of medical treatment. So what he's doing, in a nutshell, is manipulating his audience, is frankly lying to his audience in just the same slimy way that we're supposed to believe apostates go around misleading people.
Now, let's be clear. Some news organizations are very conscientious about their reporting, and they want to present both sides of an issue. And when Jehovah's Witnesses are concerned, they do so at their cost. If a newspaper publishes anything positive about us, the churches will push back. Our parishioners are upset. They subscribe to your newspaper, and they don't like reading favorable things about Jehovah's Witnesses. The message? If it ever happens again, you're going to lose subscribers. Now, this matter of Jehovah's people being the subject of malicious reports isn't new. Think about the days of Queen Esther. Wicked Haman brings a bad report to King Ahasuerus. The Jews don't obey our laws. They're a danger to society. Does Ahasuerus check the facts? Does he demand proof? No. Ahasuerus is naive. He allows himself to be taken in by Haman. Well, there are a lot of modern-day Hamans today, and they use similar tactics. As a result, some government officials are taken in. They believe the slanderous accusations of the apostates. Now, if they just take the time to check the facts, they'd see that they're being lied to, but they don't check the facts. Now, again, it's bad enough, brothers, when government officials are taken in by false reports. Don't you be taken in. Have you ever heard the expression trial by media? It works like this. Someone's charged with a crime, and the case is widely publicized in the media, and the media present the case in such a way that everyone who hears about it thinks the man is guilty. Of course, to avoid a lawsuit for slander or libel, these media reports are very carefully worded, and we need to understand what the wording means. Here's a good principle to keep in mind. Job chapter 12 and verse 11. Does not the ear test out words as the tongue tastes food? Does not the ear test out words? What does that mean? Does it mean that if we learn that apostates are going to be featured on a TV program, we should watch it to see if what they say is true? No. It basically means to consider the source of the words. If they are the words of apostates, why would we believe them? Now think of it this way. You have a bottle on your shelf that's marked poison. Do you need to open it up, take a swig, to see if it really is poison? Believe what the label says.
This is just extraordinary. There's frankly too much to talk about here. Where do you even begin? Actually, while it's still fresh in our minds, let's talk about this verse in Job 12, verse 11, which David Splain reads, which says,
Does not the ear test out words as the tongue tastes food?
Does not the ear test out words as the tongue tastes food? He's literally reading a verse that says, how are you going to test out the words unless you hear them? That's what I'm taking away from this verse. But he then goes on to apply the scripture to say something completely different that isn't in the text.
Does it mean that if we learn that apostates are going to be featured on a TV program, we should watch it to see if what they say is true? No. It basically means to consider the source of the words.
It doesn't say anything in that verse about the source of the words. It simply talks about testing out the words. And how can you test out the words if you don't know what the words are? Again, putting words in the mouths of the Bible writers. This is a man who apparently thinks that the Bible is God's inspired, infallible word. Well, if he really believes that, why is he literally changing the text? Why is he reading something that has a very clear meaning and application and then immediately twisting it to say something that it simply doesn't say? And as to this stuff about hearing both sides of the issue, I mean, really, he says,
some news organizations are very conscientious about their reporting, and they want to present both sides of an issue. And when Jehovah's Witnesses are concerned, they do so at their cost.
My question would be, David, do you report both sides of the issue? Do you, in your propaganda, say, of course, here's an argument against what we're saying? Or do you actually go to great lengths to stop Jehovah's Witnesses from seeing the other side of the issue? How can how can the governing body sneer at news organizations for, in their view, not fully exploring both sides of the issue, when they are literally producing a 34-minute talk that emphatically tells Jehovah's Witnesses, under no circumstances look at the other side of the issue, under no circumstances scrutinize your beliefs in any way, or listen to what apostates have to say. We then have this stuff about government officials, which I can only assume is some kind of desperate lashing out at the Australian Royal Commission.
Some government officials are taken in. They believe the slanderous accusations of the apostates. Now, if they just take the time to check the facts, they'd see that they're being lied to, but they don't check the facts.
What facts? What government officials? What slanderous accusations? You're not giving us any examples. You're not dignifying your audience by telling them what the hell you're talking about. You're just telling them, oh, government officials are being lied to. Well, that's a huge claim. And if you're going to make that claim and expect your audience to take it seriously, dignify them as adults and tell them what you're talking about specifically. If you're just going to make these vague, sweeping claims about government officials falling for what apostates are saying, how can you possibly expect to be taken seriously? Again, this is nothing more than fear-mongering, stoking paranoia, and overt manipulation.
Now, for the purpose of this discussion, let's consider another way we can test out words, and that is to pay attention to what the words mean. Remember, we talked about media reports and how these are very often carefully worded to avoid a lawsuit. So suppose a report indicates that someone has been charged with a crime or that he's being investigated. All right, you have two words, charged and investigated. It doesn't mean he's guilty. Or suppose that someone is convicted and put in jail. Well, that would apply to our young brothers in Korea, wouldn't it? They were convicted and jailed. And what was their crime? They refused to kill someone. Did they do anything wrong? Or someone is found guilty by men, as Jesus was. It doesn't mean that he's guilty in the sight of God. So, brothers, we really have to think about these things. We may read that a person or an organization was sued and then settled out of court. Does settling out of court mean that they were guilty? Not necessarily. Now, in this country and others, court cases are often handled by a jury. Now, who are on the jury? Ordinary citizens with no legal training. But not only that, these ordinary citizens don't always have access to all the facts because the judge and lawyers decide which facts will be shared with the jury. So it's unlikely that the whole truth will ever come out in court. Actually, neither side probably wants the whole truth to come out in court. Now, sometimes attorneys deliberately withhold information that would be prejudicial to their clients. And in addition, the juries have prejudices like everyone else, and some of them just can't set their prejudices aside.
What we've just heard is arguably the most damning video material featuring a governing body member maybe ever. This is disgusting rhetoric. Again, I hardly know where to begin, but what I will do is something that's drastically different from what David Splain is doing. I'm going to dignify my audience, and rather than speaking to them like children, rather than speaking in vague terms and just expecting my audience to play some game of guess what's on my mind, which is what David Splain always seems to do, I'm going to dignify my audience and just say it like it is. This man is speaking about child sexual abuse lawsuits. That's what he's talking about. And nowhere is he saying child sexual abuse lawsuits. He's just trying to soften up his audience. He's just trying to manipulate his audience into thinking that when they read something in the newspapers or watch something on the news about Jehovah's Witnesses being involved in child abuse litigation or settling a child abuse lawsuit or a Jehovah's Witness being convicted of child sex abuse, they're supposed to think of it as not being such a big deal. That's what this is all about. Again, I'm doing what David Splain can't be bothered to do or doesn't want to do. I'm telling it like it is. This is what he's talking about. And how shameful. What has this organization become? We're at the point where Jehovah's Witness leaders are basically demeaning the entire concept of criminality. That's what this is about. And he can try and work in that stuff about political neutrality and the brothers in Korea. What was it he said?
Or suppose that someone is convicted and put in jail. Well, that would apply to our young brothers in Korea, wouldn't it? They were convicted and jailed. And what was their crime? They refused to kill someone?
He's literally trying to draw a comparison between young Jehovah's Witness men jailed in Korea for conscientious objection and people being jailed over child abuse. Obviously, they are completely different things, but we can see where he's going with this. Again, he's manipulating his audience with the basic argument of we can't trust the courts, we can't trust the judicial system, we should view with suspicion whenever Jehovah's Witnesses are arrested for anything. That's his basic argument, to the point where he goes on to say,
did they do anything wrong? Or someone is found guilty by men, as Jesus was. It doesn't mean that he's guilty in the sight of God.
So it doesn't matter, apparently, if someone's a convicted criminal, convicted by a court of law of doing a crime, of committing, of perpetrating a heinous act against another human being. It doesn't matter if a court of law has found a person guilty of committing crime. What matters is what God thinks. And I think we can all see what's happening here. I think David Splain is trying to preempt not just reports where Jehovah's Witness elders perhaps are jailed over child abuse. I think he is laying the groundwork for his own arrest, for the arrest of the governing body at some future point, because what they are doing is criminal, at least as far as I'm concerned. I don't know where the law stands on the industrial scale cover-up of child abuse on a database with thousands of names of predators that isn't being handed over to the police. But if that's not criminal now, it sure as hell will be in the future. And so it's conceivable that in our lifetime, David Splain and his colleagues will end up behind bars. I think that that's what should happen now. I think that's how serious this is. And I think David Splain is insecure about this prospect. So he's conditioning the Jehovah's Witness audience with an argument, with a pre-made argument of pay no mind to this. Just because you're seeing Tony Morris, David Splain, Stephen Lett behind bars with the rest of them doesn't mean they actually did something wrong. What matters is how God sees things. And when you get to that point with a religion, when you get to the point where religious leaders are making excuses for crime, are suggesting that crime isn't really such a big deal, and we should pay no mind under certain circumstances if someone is criminally convicted, you know you need to get out. And I'm speaking now to Jehovah's Witnesses who might be watching this. Come on, how do you defend this? How do you defend a religion that is now basically making it okay to commit crime under certain circumstances? This footage will age like milk. It will follow David Splane around to his dying breath. I'm certainly going to do everything I can to make sure it follows him around to his dying breath. You can be sure that what we've just seen now, this clip that we've just been examining, will be played again and again and again in documentaries that are dealing with Jehovah's Witnesses and the wide-scale cover-up of child sexual abuse, because it displays openly, at a glance, the contempt this organization has for the well-being of others, the contempt the leaders have for the very concept of being held accountable by law. And one more thing before we move on. I hope you caught the part where there was this Freudian slip by David Splane where he says,
So it's unlikely that the whole truth will ever come out in court. Actually, neither side probably wants the whole truth to come out in court.
Actually, neither side probably wants the whole truth to come out in court. Isn't that interesting? Neither side. Again, we're talking, I know he doesn't make this clear because he's trying to trick people. He's trying to deliberately muddy the waters and make this as vague as possible. But we're talking here about child sexual abuse litigation. We're talking about lawsuits surrounding the abuse of children and how that abuse has been handled or mishandled. Lawsuits that this organization that David Splane represents or leads is routinely getting caught up in. And here he's basically admitting neither side wants the truth to come out, meaning we don't want the truth to come out either.
I'll tell you an actual experience. Some time ago, a lawyer told me about a case he had. That was a case of medical malpractice by a doctor. There was a jury, and at trial, the doctor was clearly shown to be in the wrong, but the jury didn't give the patient a penny. The lawyer was confused, so after the trial, he approached two of the jurors and asked, "If you don't mind, tell me which part of the testimony you didn't believe." The jurors replied, "Oh, we didn't get that far. The doctor was cute, and we didn't want him to have to pay anything." With deep thinkers like that, no wonder many lawyers try to settle their cases rather than bring them to a jury. But someone will say, "No, I don't believe in settling out of court. I believe in justice and truth." So that brings up the question, is it wrong to settle a matter before it goes to trial? Or is it scriptural? Let's let Jesus answer that question. Turn to Matthew chapter 5, verses 25 and 26. Interesting that Jesus should mention this, with all the important things that Jesus taught. Matthew chapter 5, verses 25 and 26. Be quick to settle matters with your legal opponent while you are with him on the way there, so that somehow the opponent may not turn you over to the judge, and the judge to the court attendant, and you get thrown into prison. I say to you for a fact, you will certainly not come out of there until you have paid over your last small coin. Now, this is interesting. Think about the Mosaic Law. Was there any provision in the Mosaic Law to throw someone in jail if he couldn't pay a debt? That wasn't the way. If he couldn't pay, he'd have to work it off, or a family member would have to work it off. So when Jesus talks about prison and a judge, he's obviously referring to what a Gentile judge would do. Now, you couldn't necessarily expect justice from him. Why might he rule against our brother? Well, maybe he got paid under the table by the other party. Or maybe he was prejudiced against the race or the religion of the other party. Now notice, Jesus didn't say that the man should settle only if he was guilty. So brothers, let's not be naive. Don't believe everything you read. Just because an article is called a news report doesn't make it true. And an editorial is someone's opinion, and that someone may be wrong. And TV producers may have their own agenda, prejudice, and viewpoint.
Of course, David Splain doesn't have his own agenda, prejudice, and viewpoint. David Splain is totally unbiased in all of this. As one of the leaders of an organization that is routinely having to fend off litigation over child abuse lawsuits. And isn't it interesting? He's still saying nothing at all about child abuse. He's still failing to dignify his audience by making everything so vague and non-specific. All he's really doing here is, again, demeaning the entire concept of a court of law of trying a civil or criminal lawsuit. And second of all, he's quite clearly trying to coerce Jehovah's Witnesses into thinking that there's nothing untoward whatsoever when it comes to settling cases out of court, which, again, the organization is doing in case after case after case. David Splain apparently digging out a verse that excuses this, and then going on to say, of course, just because we settle doesn't mean we're guilty.
Now notice, Jesus didn't say that the man should settle only if he was guilty.
Why would you settle if you're innocent? If you are the innocent party, and you are God's one and only true organization on earth, with a reputation to protect, and you're on the receiving end of litigation that is unfair and unjust, and you have dedicated funds to be thinking about, money that's been donated for the purpose of furthering the good news, Caleb and Sophia's ice cream money we're talking about here, you need to spend this wisely, and someone tries suing the organization unfairly, it would be wrong to settle. Of course you should fight. Of course you should try and get justice and get the case thrown out or overcome or prevail in some way so that you don't have to give over a single penny of dedicated funds, or you paid the bare minimum. Settling, of course, implies guilt. You're only going to settle, you're only going to throw money, potentially millions, at a child abuse survivor if they have a point, if they have a case against the organization. And that's what we've been seeing in case after case. I won't go into them all here. There's plenty of material like that if you do the digging online, either on JW Watch or on the Lloyd Evans channel whenever we've done Watchtower in Focus or JW Watch episodes. Heck, the media, just type in Jehovah's Witnesses child abuse cases, child abuse lawsuits, and see what comes up. And you will see that time and time again, this is an organization that tries to get cases buried the minute it becomes obvious that they are going to lose. And the reason that they're going to lose is not because the jury is biased, not because there's some inherent flaw in the legal system. It's because this is an organization that is failing children and they are being found out.
So, what do we say in revision? In conclusion, our faith is under attack, and we have to fight. And Jehovah gives us what we need to fight with. One of the things he gives us, good associations. Satan will try to lure us away from good associations. He'll try to weaken our faith by getting us involved in bad association without our knowing it. But Jehovah provides good association in the congregation. These are people we know. These are people we love. These are people who have our best interests at heart. Keep in mind the principle we find at Proverbs 13 and verse 20. The one walking with the wise will become wise, but the one who has dealings with the stupid will fare badly. You know the members of your congregation. You know that they are wise. You know that they have your best interests at heart. But if you get involved in a forum, you might not know whether you're walking with wise persons or not, at least not at first. So be careful. If the conversation turns negative, get out. Satan is behind the twisted teachings of apostates. He's the father of the lie. And those who lie are doing exactly what their father does. The apostates have nothing to offer us, brothers. All they have to offer is hate. All they have to offer is criticism and negative talk. But oh, how upbuilt we feel when we're with those who love Jehovah. So Jehovah provides us with good, wholesome associations. He also provides us with his word of truth, and an accurate knowledge of the truth is the best defense against apostasy. Read the Bible every day and meditate on it. Pay attention to the words. Pay attention to what they mean. Be like the Bereans, referred to in Acts chapter 17.
I'm glad he mentioned the Bereans, and we will revisit his reasoning regarding the Bereans, which I agree with, by the way, but I do just need to interject because we've heard an awful lot there. We're obviously in David Splain's concluding talk on the Saturday, Put Up a Hard Fight for the Faith, a 34-minute rant against apostates and the media, and I hope you noticed the patronizing, scornful, condescending way that David Splain is talking down to his audience.
So be careful. If the conversation turns negative, get out.
We're at the point where a governing body member is literally barking orders at his followers. This man is clearly rattled, clearly disturbed, clearly desperate, to the point where he's just yapping. He's just barking orders, get out, don't have anything to do with it, ignore them, be careful, if you go against what I'm telling you here, you will pay. That's the nature now of the Jehovah's Witness religion. That's the climate of fear and control that this organization has descended into. I also find it fascinating where he talks about good association.
But Jehovah provides good association in the congregation. These are people we know. These are people we love. These are people who have our best interests at heart.
When it comes to the industrial scale cover-up of child sexual abuse, to the point where this organization is keeping a database with thousands of names on it that aren't being passed on to law enforcement, isn't it precisely the point that Jehovah's Witnesses don't know who's in their congregation? They don't know who they can trust. They don't know who is or isn't a sex offender, because that information is being kept from them on a secret database, which we can prove because of documented policies, as I've gone into before. In fact, if Tibor is gracious, here's just one video where I summarize all the reasons why we know that there is a database of child abusers being kept by the organization. So how can Jehovah's Witnesses know who's good and who's bad? And as for these are people we love, well, it's love that's paper thin, isn't it? It's love that evaporates the moment you do something slightly untoward according to the expectations of the organization. Even just having doubts, even just missing the odd meeting, even not being so regular on the ministry, you will start to be shunned as bad association. That's the love that never fails, that David Splain is apparently so proud of. And as for this dig about apostates having nothing to offer, David Splain has the gall to say,
the apostates have nothing to offer us, brothers. All they have to offer is hate. All they have to offer is criticism and negative talk.
Interestingly, I made a video on this only a month ago. If Tibor is gracious, a thumbnail will appear. What can apostates offer? And I made the point in that video that we can actually offer quite a lot. We can offer freedom of mind, the ability to think for yourself, the freedom to not have scam artists and charlatans like this David Splain lecturing you on what information you can or can't consider. The freedom to be in control of your life. This is control that David Splain insists on having. the governing body insists on micromanaging the lives of Jehovah's Witnesses, on doing their thinking for them, on making their decisions for them, even in areas as intimate as what medicine you should accept. Apostates, on the other hand, people like myself, are saying, you know what, you decide that stuff. You're a grown-up, you can figure this out for yourself. You do not need an organization to run your life for you. That's what apostates are offering, the freedom to think for yourself. I think on some level David Splain knows this, but he is terrified of losing control, and this fear, this desperation has been palpable throughout his talk.
Be like the Bereans, referred to in Acts chapter 17 and verses 10 and 11. Let's read that. Acts chapter 17, verses 10 and 11. Immediately by night, the brothers sent both Paul and Silas to Berea. On arriving, they went into the synagogue of the Jews. Now these were more noble-minded than those in Thessalonica, for they accepted the word with the greatest eagerness of mind, carefully examining the Scriptures daily. Carefully examining the Scriptures daily to see whether these things were so. Now Paul compares the Bereans with the Thessalonians. What do we know about the Thessalonians? They didn't have YouTube in those days. But at one point, the Thessalonians apparently heard a rumor that the day of Jehovah had arrived. Who circulated the rumor? An apostate? Maybe. But maybe it was just someone who had heard the rumor and passed it on without checking it out. Have you ever done that? Passed on a report without checking the facts? I think all of us have to admit that we've been guilty of that at one time or another. But now, how did the Thessalonians react? They were alarmed. They were quickly shaken from their reason. We mustn't let that happen to us. When you hear something, check it out. Don't just circulate it. Don't just believe it. Check it out. Colossians 2, 6 and 7, the last scripture we'll read during this talk. And here Paul explains how we can avoid being quickly shaken from our reason. Let's read this final scripture. Colossians chapter 2, verses 6 and 7. Therefore, just as you have accepted Christ Jesus the Lord, go on walking in union with him. You do that and you'll be walking with a wise one, certainly. Being rooted and built up in him, and then notice this, and being stabilized in the faith, just as you were taught. If we're stabilized in the faith, we won't be quickly shaken by unfounded accusations by apostates or the media. False rumors are often spread during wartime. Brothers, this is war. We need to put up a hard fight for the faith as if our life depended on it, because it does.
Wow. So David Splain's 34-minute rant against apostates and the media ends in fitting fashion with an existential threat against the lives of Jehovah's Witnesses if they don't heed his warning. Do as I'm telling you, ignore those pesky apostates, don't listen to anything they have to say, pretend that everything's fine, ignore the man behind the curtain, and if you don't do as I'm telling you, you're gonna die. Wow, such a warm, loving organization this, isn't it? We've literally reached the point where, apart from making excuses for crime, apart from demeaning the entire process of trial by jury, of criminal convictions, David Splain is here just flat out issuing threats, because that's what narcissistic cult leaders do. That's all he has left. He hasn't given us any compelling arguments. He hasn't given us examples to look out for of how apostates are lying. All he's given us is blatant manipulation and fear-mongering that very blatantly shows that this organization is on the ropes. Imagine what conversations must have been going on behind closed doors for this talk to even be considered necessary, let alone delivered in such a condescending, patronizing, and ultimately threatening way. And I mentioned earlier about actually agreeing with David Splain when it comes to pointing to the Bereans. He reads the verse there in Acts chapter 17, verses 10 and 11, which is encouraging people, if you think about it, encouraging people to figure things out for themselves. That's what the Bereans were doing. They were carefully examining the scriptures daily to see whether these things were so. Are these things so? Are these arguments that the apostates are making valid? Do these criticisms check out? Do they stand up to scrutiny? If the Bereans were confronted with apostate claims, they would have done the investigating. They would have done the research. They would have fact-checked what the apostates were saying to find out whether these things were so. And it's interesting that David Splain reads this verse and kind of ties himself in knots a little bit, because he's just spent the whole talk telling Jehovah's Witnesses to not even listen to apostate arguments. And after reading this scripture in Acts, he can't help but backpedal a little bit to the point where he's effectively saying, you need to check these things out.
Don't try to argue with the apostates. Don't read their comments. When you hear something, check it out. Don't just circulate it. Don't just believe it. Check it out.
Which is it, David Splain? Make your mind up. Are we supposed to bury our heads in the sand? Are we supposed to not listen to what apostates are saying? Or are we supposed to check it out? Again, I think he's just completely tied himself in knots, just assuming the verses that he's chosen for his talk are going to support his argument, and not realizing that most of what he's been saying completely contradicts the verse there in Acts, which is saying, if you hear something, don't just take it at face value, check it out. How are you going to check it out if you don't look at what the claims are and fact check them? I also love the little dig at YouTube. David Splain says,
now, Paul compares the Bereans with the Thessalonians. What do we know about the Thessalonians? Well, they didn't have YouTube in those days. But at one point, the Thessalonians apparently heard a rumor that the day of Jehovah had arrived.
Yes, he can't help but mention YouTube. Actually, I would have liked him to be more explicit when it comes to YouTube. As I'm going to mention, I think overall, this talk is a positive for my side, for apostates. Could have been even more of a positive if he'd flat out said, stay off YouTube. YouTube is from the devil. It's full of apostates. If you're one of Jehovah's Witnesses, you absolutely shouldn't be going on YouTube. I think when the organization finally says that, that's really the point of no return. They will basically be throwing their hands up and saying, you win at that point. When they get that desperate as to ban YouTube, that's when we know we really have them. But this talk, make no mistake, is a turning point. As I said before, it will age very, very poorly. Clips of this talk will be played long into the future to show people just how controlling and manipulative and fear-mongering this organization is. What David Splain has done here is effectively make my argument for me and just provide a glowing example of what this organization is all about. Again, we've reached the point where Jehovah's Witnesses are an organization that makes excuses for criminality, that makes excuses for criminal convictions. What does that say of the leaders? When you have a leadership that's saying, in some cases, it's no big deal if there's a criminal conviction, you need to get the hell out of there. And I am glad he's done this. I am glad that David Splain has given this talk. As grotesque as it was, as enraging as it was to see my side, to see apostates misrepresented, with all of these generalizations and insults. As frustrating as all of that was, he wouldn't have been doing that if the governing body weren't losing. And make no mistake, the governing body are losing this war that they're now telling Jehovah's Witnesses they need to fight.
Brothers, this is war. We need to put up a hard fight for the faith, as if our life depended on it. Because it does.
David Splane can call this a war if he likes, if that's going to work for him, if that's going to help him mobilize his army, if that's going to strengthen the faith of Jehovah's Witnesses. But make no mistake, this is a war they are losing. All of the information is out there now, online, on YouTube. There's nowhere to hide for snake oil salesmen like David Splane and his pals. Their lies and manipulations are on full display for everyone to see, and that's why they are so desperate. And when you are desperate, by the way, you make mistakes. And from their point of view, this talk has been one big mistake, because all they've done is open up a huge can of worms. In this talk, they recognized that apostates are more of a problem in some parts of the world than in others. And what is he doing by devoting a 34-minute talk on apostates for all Jehovah's Witnesses to watch? Irrespective of what part of the world they're from, he's making apostasy a problem even for Jehovah's Witnesses who've so far been completely sheltered from it, so that many of these will now be curious and will want to know what the hell's going on. Even if you've had dealings with apostates before, if you're watching this as one of Jehovah's Witnesses, how can you not be curious to know what's causing all of this? How can you not want to know what these claims are that are so misleading? If they really are so misleading, shouldn't it be obvious at first glance that they're misleading? David Splane doesn't seem to understand how reverse psychology works. The more he jumps up and down and tells Jehovah's Witnesses, whatever you do, don't look at the man behind the curtain, the more they're going to want to look at the man behind the curtain. And this is why I enjoy having opponents. We're speaking about this as being a war. I enjoy having opponents when I am in a war who are deluded. Because when your opponent is deluded, they make mistakes. And this talk has been a 34-minute mistake. Not just a mistake, a train wreck. They will live to regret giving this talk or allowing David Splane to give this talk. As we mentioned on the live stream where we discussed this, David Splane has just given his legal team a huge amount of work to do, because these words will come back to haunt this organization at every turn, particularly the contempt they have for holding criminals to account and bringing them to justice. Thus concludes the Saturday of the 2021 Powerful by Faith Convention. Yes, we are now 2 days through this propaganda marathon, and unquestionably, we've seen the worst of it already. I mean, how do you top that? We're going to be talking about this talk for years to come, aren't we? But I hope you found this rebuttal useful. Don't forget to subscribe to the Lloyd Evans channel for more such videos. And as always, thank you for watching.